Hello, everyone. Welcome to Tabletop Tailspinners Network, where we are going to be running Candela Obscura. I got a theme from this group of folks during our session 0, so I'm very excited to see how this plays out. But I'm Jonny. I'm going to be GMing this game tonight. And yeah. Let's go ahead and move on to our wonderful cast that's here. We're going to start off just below me with Andie.
Hi, I'm Andie at Margo Mods Games everywhere. I write TTRPG stuff, and I'm going to be playing Dr. Anna Jones.
Incredible. All right, we're going to go counterclockwise over to Aetherius.
Oh, me. Hi, I am Aetherius Bordeaux. I'm known around the internet as Vampire Himbo, with an underscore on TikTok and Twitch for obvious reasons. Somebody beat me to it. You can find me on Philly by Night, where I play the fabulous Jean-Pierre. You can also find me on the Magic Academy RPG channel, where I'm playing Aurelius the Swashbuckler. So if you want to see me get into shit and get my party into shit and then get out of said shit, it's a good place to start.
Amazing. Mika.
Hi, I'm Mika. I do things.
Yep. All right.
Yep. No, you can catch me. I'm the co-creator of Roll D5, so you can catch me on there pretty often. And you can catch me a lot on TalkingXP, Jonny's channel. Sorry, my channel. It's my channel now.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. It's now Lemon XP.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. We just changed it.
I will be. Yeah. It'll be official. Yeah, it's official everywhere right now. Just keep an eye out for the announcement. Yeah. I'll be playing Dr. Callum Blacklemon. Who is
right.
I don't even think I said who I'm playing. I'm playing a criminal named. I am playing Callum's older brother, Michael Blacklemon, who is a criminal.
Oh, and I'm playing Callum Blacklemon. Like, bruv, I just want to be like you.
Love it.
Screw being a doc.
We'll see, baby steps.
All right. We're going to move on to Anne.
Hello, everybody. What's up, Tabletop Tailspinners Nation? I'm Anne Richmond, and you may have seen me making YouTube videos about TTRPGs over at Heartsinger Games. I also am the DM of the Heartsinger Tales tabletop RPG anthology podcast. You can see me, or I guess hear me on, as far as horror podcasts go, the Lost Mountain Saga, and you may have seen me other places as well. But here I am here, and happy to be here tonight to play Natalie Fox, a medium, and I am medium scared, so I'm ready.
Good. All right, and finally, but absolutely not least, Emma.
Hello, everybody. My name is Emma. I am the founder and creative director of the Tabletop Tailspinners Network. And I just wanted to say a quick thank you to everyone for joining us tonight for our second ever live stream. And we've got a phenomenal cast and GM here with us tonight. For those of you who don't know why we are here, this is our fundraiser week. We are raising money to cover our operating costs for the year so that we can continue telling fantastic stories like this with incredible casts and incredible friends, both here and on our podcast network, Tabletop Tailspinners, where we create multiple TTRPG podcasts for your enjoyment as well, which I will talk about more in our outro. But for now, back to you, John.
Okay. As we go, I just want to make sure that everything in terms of like sound check is all good. So let me know in chat if everything is all good. But without further ado, let's get into this session of Candela Obscura. So, what we start with is a beautiful day in New Fair. Beautiful evening, rather. This nice purplish glow over the sun-setting sky. You can see the lights starting to alight with darkness becoming with evening becoming into dusk. You can see there are shops that are beginning to close, but yet we zoom in onto one shop in particular, one that has a radio in front of it, and we hear a specific news transmission.
Breaking news! An assassination attempt occurred yesterday upon Alex Mbeki during one of their rallies. Alex, who will be running against Premier Mullingson in the next Premier election, was carried away from the scene. Witnesses had assumed that Alex didn't survive based on the amount of blood that was left behind, but our sources indicate that Alex has made a full and remarkable recovery. Alex's campaign manager shared with us that they will continue holding rallies throughout Hale, though after checking people for weapons. Alex assured us that they will not stop fighting for the people, regardless of assassination attempts. The shooter has been detained and is currently in periphery custody, being questioned about their motives and whether they were hired. In other news, a lost dog was reported in the Briar Green. The dog's name is Sally and is a bulldog poodle mix with light gray fur and brown eyes. The Martinez family is willing to pay 50 bills to the person who finds her and brings her back to them. And as a reminder, the Scarlet Woods are a dangerous place, especially for those who don't know the area. If you're wanting to visit the woods, make sure to stop by Gus's Great Guides. Tell them that George sent you, and you'll get a free cave tour when you buy any qualifying tours. That's all for tonight. Thank you all for joining us on New Fair Radio. I'm George. Let's get back to the music.
And so, this transmission suddenly goes out as this shop finally closes. But immediately, we find someone running out into a alleyway. As he turns, we begin to see this person that looks exactly like him chasing after him around the corner, but walking. He's walking very slowly, knowing that he's going to get his target. And as the first person continues running, he darts around a corner, and then he finally runs up to his door, and he begins fumbling his keys in front of him, and he drops them onto the floor, and he looks back and he sees this person still walking towards him. And he quickly grabs the keys, begins fumbling between them, and finally grabs his house key, which then he unlocks the door, opens it, rushes in, and slams it behind him, locking the door. We see this door close on the inside as he lays his back onto the doorway, just terrified, breathing deeply and quickly. He pushes off, but our vision stays on this door. We hear different sorts of sounds coming from the inner home, these rustling and clanking of different items as we slowly zoom into the door, as a shadowy figure is seen through a small stained glass window, and the subtlest of knocks. We hear this first person trying to escape their fate yell out, "You better leave me alone! I'm armed!" And at that, we see this shadowy figure reaching up to the window, smashing the glass window, and this hand elongates, unnaturally reaching over this 5-foot clearing all the way down back onto the handle before it unlocks the door, then opens the door. "I'm warning you! I'll call for the periphery!" As the door slowly opens, we see the same person entering the house as they have this disgustingly long smile from ear to ear, literally, as they close the door behind them, the camera follows this person as they slowly walk closer and closer to this terrified man as he's shaking, holding a gun in the direction of his clone. Fires. But it seems this thing is unaffected as he continues walking towards him, closing the gap, finally grabbing onto the gun, and then sharpening his other hand to a point that then stabs into the stomach of this person. He whimpers as blood flows out. Looking down, he sees blood in his hands. And then he looks at what would be a mirror. Until finally, he falls silent. The body falls to the ground, just as we hear another of a knock at the door. The clone figure shapes his hand back into a regular hand in the same voice as the one that we heard. Yeah, just a minute. He grabs onto a dirty towel, wiping his hands clean of this blood. And now our camera is on the outside as we see this person just out here, this neighbor that is staring, trying to see what might be happening from the window, but it's too tall. The door opens. Hey, sorry about the ruckus. How's it going? How can I help you? And you see this neighbor, this older woman.
Hi, Marcus. I was just wanting to make sure everything was okay.
The creature that looks like Marcus. Yeah. Sorry, I was cleaning my handgun and it misfired. I shot my door by accident, as you can see. Did anybody get hurt? And the neighbor looks behind them.
Oh, no, it seems like it must have hit another building or something. Well, I just wanted to make sure that you were okay. Everything is okay, right?
Says, yeah. No, everything's fine. Just, like I said, cleaning my gun, getting ready for a hunting trip that I'm going on. About to go to sleep, though. But thanks for checking in. Have a good evening.
You as well, Marcus.
As she begins walking down the stairway. The door closes as the camera goes black. And then we hear the lock clicking. We now start with our adventurers. Our Candela investigators that have been called in by an investigator that had a connection with Marcus. You were told that he was found dead in his home with way too much bleed to be normal. And so, as you arrive to the scene, you find that this entire room, this home, is completely trashed. The average investigator would survey the surroundings and most likely claim it to be a simple theft or murder. But you as Candela investigators know better. Lying on the floor near the kitchen counter, you see the body of a man face down. The wood panel flooring soaked and covered in a large, dried-up pool of blood. Furniture has been tossed and wrecked while drawers have been left open. But you've arrived at Marcus's home. What do you all do?
My first instinct is to do some kind of like initial survey of the scene to see in the immediate. There are likely a bunch of things that could be only discovered by looking because they're more granular in detail. But upon entering the room, and I don't know if I have to roll for this, I'm wondering where would my eyes immediately go to?
Okay. In order to do that, we are going to have the first roll of the night. Can you do a survey roll, please?
Heck yes. Okay. That is a 3.
A 3. And just to clarify, this is the day after, just so you all know. The murder has happened. It has been a whole night, and you are now investigating the day after. You said it was a 3?
Yes.
Okay. As you take a look around, this is an entire home. In order to get all of the pieces that you might want, it's going to take some digging rather than looking. So you don't see anything that really strikes your attention just yet.
Natalie will sort of approach. We see this woman with just long curls over her shoulders, wrapped in a shawl, sort of like looking down at her foot as it approaches the outside of the pool of blood. And she carefully reaches down to touch the body and wants to try and sense if whatever has affected this person is still near.
Okay. So you are connecting with the magic, the after effect, the bleed that might be infesting this body. Go ahead and do a sense roll.
All right. I have a 6 and a 3. So I'll take the 6.
Okay. As you willingly take this bleed mark, you feel that... Do you have any abilities as your role and specialty?
My dear, I certainly do.
Okay.
I have let them in, which allows me to understand a little extra information about the phenomena present when it harms me.
Amazing. So, you let them in. You are trying to take this bleed and connect to something more spiritual to give you answers. As you take that bleed, you get this terrible feeling in your stomach. As this feeling festers and you feel like your life force is draining out of you, you get one vision, and that is yourself. No, not yourself. This person. You are not them. But they're looking directly at you before it just goes dark.
I'm sorry. Did this gentleman have any relations in the area? Any kin? All right, then. I thought we had like an investigator that was with us who was called to the scene. Is that true or no?
You have a Lightkeeper that sent you this assignment.
Okay.
That said that something was going on here that wasn't supposed to be. There was the presence of bleed here, and so they didn't want anyone else to go here. They wanted Candela to be the ones to suss out what might have happened. Yeah.
Are there any photos, like photographs or any letters or anything lying around that might indicate a brother or a twin or something?
For that, go ahead and do a survey roll, just to see if you can find anything.
All right.
While Anne's making that roll, thank you so much to Twisted Fates for the $5 donation.
Well, thank you.
In their exact words, mahogany bat for whoever wants it, which means
Incredible.
that anyone gets a free reroll.
Amazing.
Excellent. I have rolled a 5.
5. Okay. You look around for some sort of photos, and you don't find any, but you do find there is this. You find a photo, but it's very old. Black and white. It looks like a family portrait, but this person isn't here. But when you look closer, you can see that it's a child. An only child.
All right. Well, it appears, friends, that something strange that looked like this gentleman approached him in his last moments. Nicole isn't telling me much more than that, but that's the gift she's given.
Certainly valuable, more than a little bit of non-information that we had before. So we know that this guy was murdered by something that looked like him.
Spitting image.
I get your next kin question. Maybe he does have a brother who just was feeling particularly murderous that day.
Unfortunately, it wouldn't seem so, and she hands over the photo to them.
I think Dr. Anna Jones sort of walks up to the two of them talking, and she says, attacks like this are rarely random. There must be something special about this Marcus. Why he was targeted, somewhere he might have gone. I'm gonna look around, and what she's looking for specifically are signs of something that would make him special or different than a run-of-the-mill rando on the street. So she's doing things like kicking walls, looking for secret compartments, who was this guy?
Sure.
Yeah.
In a way
Absolutely.
different than does he have family?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and do a survey roll then.
I got a 6 on my gilded die.
Okay. All right. So, you have all of your drive, so unfortunately you don't get anything back with the drive points, but you do get a success. You take quite a few moments kicking and knocking on the wooden paneling floor. You look around trying to hit the walls. It doesn't seem like anything is out of the ordinary. However, one thing that you do notice as you are walking around and looking for pretty much anything, you do find... This was when you were looking at the floor and trying to find anything, maybe a false floor or something like that. In this dried pool of blood, there is something carved underneath it.
Does anybody else see this? It looks like there's a carving in the dried blood. Maybe something Marcus did before he died. And she's gonna sort of kneel down and I guess I don't know if I'm gonna get bleed or whatever for this, but she's gonna reach out with a gloved hand and just feel the carving to make out what it is.
So, what you find is this carving of, well, let me show you. In the wood, you see carved with pieces of nail stuck still is DOPPE. But the E seems to have been unfinished.
It appears to be some kind of German.
Doppel. Boy, do you think it's the full word? Or if it's just part of a word? Or are we missing something?
I would say he had a unfinished business, pardon the ghost pun.
That's a good point. I mean, maybe the poor lad didn't live long enough to finish the rest of the word. Maybe this is all he was able to do. That's giving that it was him and not the murderer. What do you think, Cyril?
Well, I think maybe. I think leaving it unfinished, or it being unfinished, makes the most sense, seeing as what our friend Natalie saw here. Has anyone talked to the neighbors yet?
Okay, Aaron? No.
I came straight from the pub here, so no.
Then that might be the best job for me, seeing as you guys seem to have this area canvassed very well. But that's concerning. Ooh, there's nails still in it. Ooh.
And with that, he's going to kind of back up a little bit, sort of readjust the red suit that he wears on days that he's performing. And he will go to see if there are any neighbors sort of looking around, especially with this now being a discovery of a murder. He knows that some people are going to be particularly nosy.
Okay.
Before I go into that, though, thank you, Claude Dardar, for the $5 donation as well. The message on that is, may this nice shiny dye serve you well, Aetherius. I hope it adds some illumination to your investigation. So,
Oh my God.
extra dice.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank Emma for inviting me.
The Academy,
Yeah, that's right.
Candela.
Of course, Candela.
Darrington, we love you. Thank you so much. I am so appreciative. That is so sweet. Oh my God. Big ol' heart. You love to see it.
Okay. So, Cyril is going to be going over to neighbors. Is there anything else you would like to do in this crime scene?
I'll wait until Cyril's back.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Dr. Anna Jones is just sort of wandering around thinking he should have chosen a shorter clue.
Yeah.
That's all.
I mean, to me, I'm thinking, think about how intentional you would be. This is your last communication in this world. Your last time saying anything. And this poor man who wasn't exactly murdered, like, accidentally, this doesn't look like manslaughter, it looks like pretty intentional, chose to write half of maybe doppelganger, but...
I think that much is clear, given what I saw. No sense
Wait,
beating around the bush. I mean, we know these things are real, that they're out there.
Okay. I mean, I'd be interested to see one. A little bit of a skeptic, but
Honey, I don't think you want to see one. You'd be looking like in a terrible mirror.
Maybe you're right.
Oh, he doesn't even like looking in the mirror.
Are there anything? Tell me about a little bit about the layout of the house, Jonny.
Sure. So inside of the house, it is immediately opening the front door is just the living room and kitchen combined. You see that there is a hallway that goes further down, and then to the right, there seems to be down the hall to the right, there's a door that's like slightly ajar. It goes into a bedroom, and then to the left, it's a much smaller wall on the left side, only because that there's a dining area before it. that seems to just be a bathroom. It seems to just be a very simple house. It doesn't have a basement, doesn't have a second floor. That's it.
Interesting. Callum, can I bother you for a second? I'll borrow you for a second.
Yes, brother.
All right, team. Callum and I are going to take a quick look at the bedroom. We'll be right back.
Okay.
And Mikey's going to walk with Callum over into the bedroom, and once they get inside, all right, bro, if you say you want to be like your big brother, you want to crime the crime, we're going to take a look around here. I want you to identify what you think in here is the thing of highest value, and then you will steal that thing.
Oi, I got this. I'm gonna roll focus.
Trying to find something? Absolutely.
Yes.
Find the
Also
most expensive
clues.
thing.
Sorry, I forgot about the murder. Also clues. Yes.
That's the second thing, though.
You know.
I mean, I guess I'll just in general. Should I just roll for all of that at once?
Yeah, this is just a focus roll that you're trying to analyze certain things and trying to see if you can suss out some stuff. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm going to spend an intuition. Give me an extra dice.
Okay.
Awesome. That's a 6. My highest.
6.
yeah.
Perfect. Okay. 2 things. 1, you do indeed find a clue.
Oh, I found a clue.
What you find is this calendar. And all of the X's are made until yesterday. Yesterday, there is a circle around a note that says, interview Vincent Moretti.
Vincent Moretti. Have I heard of this person, John? Does this name ring anything approximating a bell?
For that, you would want to do like a focus roll.
Focus roll was. Oh, I have a fundamental Candela question because I think I might have done this wrong the first time. So when you have an action point or like a dot in one of the 3 potential action points, that is you like adding a die to an existing die. Or...
That's what. So if it's 1 point, you have 1d6. If it's 2, you have 2d6. If you have none, it's a 2d6 disadvantage roll.
Got it. Okay, so I did do it right before. I thought for a minute, I'm like, is there like a base die and then like the bonus is like the die with that? Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Good to know. Let me do a focus roll then. And I you know what? I'm feeling spicy. I'm gonna burn 1 intuition on this.
Okay.
Just because I want this to be successful. All right. So that is a 3, and then with the intuition of 4, right?
So you rolled. Whoa! What the heck? All right, I'm for some reason dead.
No.
Oh no!
What happened to my camera? That's so weird. Okay. Anyways, you find. So the 4 was the one that you rolled just before this, right? Or
Yeah. So the 3
roll...
and then burned an intuition.
Okay, and then intuition. That was what you rolled. Okay, got it. So the 4 was the drive point that you spent.
Yes. Yep.
Got it. Okay, so that is a mixed success, which means
I'll take it.
What you find
Hey.
is this calendar says Vincent Moretti, who is a very well-known yet very hard to prove criminal. If there was any type of like pop culture references, he would be like Kingpin. Very much like cares about New Fair cares about the Red Lamp District, but very much problematic in the way that he cares. He also owns a bar in Red Lamp District, but you can't seem to remember what it was.
Fuck. So I have heard of this bloke before. Now that I think about it. Sorry to like go through a regional tour there for a minute. Yeah, I've heard this name before. I think this guy owns a club. Last time I was there, I was fucking wasted, so I do not remember the name. But I know definitively this guy owns a club. Maybe we bring this back to the others. After we see what you have stolen and how you've taken your crime lesson.
Right.
And that brings me to my second thing.
Oh,
You find a very, very nice, ornate watch. How big is Callum? Like, in just body-wise, how big is
He's a
Callum?
short king.
He's a short king. This watch
We
is
love a
fucking
short king,
huge
yeah.
on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marcus was a very,
I
very
think
big
as soon as-
individual.
As soon as Mikey brings up, like, says now, like, we'll tell him as soon as, you know, you pick your item, Callum's just gonna, oh, you mean this? Little feller I found.
Brother, bravo.
As it, like, slinks down his ass arm.
That's actually worth a lot of money. Good choice. Good choice. You've been paying attention.
I don't like it much. I'm shoved in my pocket. Ugh.
Yeah, it is quite hideous, to be honest, but it's very expensive, so good on you for sussing that out. All right, maybe we go back to the others, let them know what we found. I'm going to take the calendar and bring it with me back to the rest of the folks. Or Dr. Anna and...
Yep. Okay. So, you bring that back, and as you're walking out of the bedroom, we're going to switch over to Cyril. Cyril, you are walking out of this home and over to the neighbor. As you approach the neighbor's house, there's just like a short set of stairs as well as a small ramp just next to it. The ramp seems to be a more newer renovation to the outside here. But as you walk up the stairs to the front door, is there anything you would like to do? Or are you just going up and knocking?
I think before Cyril knocks, he's keeping a sharp eye out to see if he sees any sort of loiterers. He knows everyone's sort of strange fascination with death and tragedy. So when something strange like this happens and the news starts to spread, usually you get a couple people who will hang around, try and figure out what's going on. He's trying to canvass for those people and for anyone who might be out there loitering that might actually know something, as opposed to those with just the morbid curiosity.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and do a survey roll.
Perfect.
Really quickly, Johnny, can I have like retroactively nudged Dr. Anna to go with Cyril to make sure that Cyril's doing all right?
I would like to follow Cyril and just make sure that, you know, I've got his back.
Okay.
Which is much appreciated, because that was a 2.
As you exit out of the house, Dr. Anna Jones comes and follows up. Emma, roll a d6 for me.
Oh, okay.
I just love labelless. Or like where there's no like
Another
category.
failure.
Okay, cool.
What did you roll him? I'm like wondering if I should burn. I've got tricks. I've got bits and bobs I could use.
Oh, that was 2 2s, so I failed both times.
Okay.
At least you're consistent.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
You exit out of the home, and then Dr. Anna Jones comes right after you. You look around, and you do not see anybody that's loitering around. And specifically, this is more of a hush kind of thing. Candela is a very like secretive type of organization that, yes, you are investigating and you were trying to get to the bottom of this, but you don't have like the authority to do these types of investigations. That's more of like periphery, like the cops of New Fair and just Hale in general. So when you guys do the investigations, it's very much like that private eye type of realm of stuff where you have to do it.
Right.
You can do things outside of the realm of the law,
right?
But you also have to do it quietly.
It's giving like steampunk Veronica Mars. I'm into it.
Absolutely. Okay.
I didn't know I needed that in my life.
Anne?
I have a question, but I don't want to interrupt Cyril.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm just sort of sitting there pondering, you know, the meaning of life, etc.
Of course.
And I'm thinking back to that radio announcement we heard, and the idea. What was the name of the politician? It was. Oh God, I'm looking at the wrong tab. That's not even relevant. All right, here we go. What was the Alex and Becky? Who was his opponent in the
That is a very
election?
well-known thing. That is the current premier.
Yeah.
Premier Mellingson.
All right. So she's just sort of thinking about the idea of somebody suffering an assassination attempt, but remarkably is all right. And the idea that there is this potential doppelganger about. And she sort of walks out and joins everybody. In the sunlight, you can see her hair is just burning red. Just looks like her brain is on fire in a complete basket case mess. She sort of squints up into the sunlight as if she doesn't normally spend a lot of time in it. And she says, now, y'all, I'm not sure we want to go publicly poking around a bit. We could become, targets for this sort of thing. I mean, now, what do we know about this gentleman on the calendar that he was going to interview?
To pull out the calendar. Yeah, he's gonna smack it with his hand. Vincent something or other.
Moretti.
But I do have to say, Moretti, thank you. You are a gentleman and a scholar. I do have to say, there may be some merit to Cyril's idea. You know, perhaps one of the neighbors did see something. We can operate with discretion, right? Like, we among us.
Right.
Cyril, how out of character and how stealthy would you describe Cyril? Can Cyril?
Well, Cyril is dressed fairly flashy. He's a street performer, so he's trying to catch people's attention. But the moment you kind of bring up stealth, he sort of unbuttons the suit jacket and takes it off to reveal like a standard like button-up shirt, suspenders, something that's a little more discreet that somebody normally on the street. Like, he's still wearing bright red pants, so that's not as subtle. But it gives him a bit of subtlety as he sort of puts the suit jacket over one of the arms of like a nearby sofa. Is like,
I mean, I can always still just go over to the neighbors and ask around as a friend. I don't have to be investigating.
How about
Like Cyril taking off the... Oh, go ahead.
Cyril, how about the two of us are touring the neighborhood looking for somewhere to settle in, just to canvass who's around and whether anybody's seen anything.
That works for me.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm sure these two can be discreet. As Cyril takes off the shirt, Mikey's gonna go, Cyril, I'm flattered with time and place, mate.
Oh, don't worry. We'll have time for that after.
And he kind of winks at you as he walks out the door with Anna.
Love it.
I love it.
Okay. So, you're walking up to the next door neighbor, and what is, paint a picture for me. What is happening here?
Well, I think Cyril sort of leaning into the idea of Dr. Jones's, that they're sort of looking around the neighborhood, looking for a place to settle in, and wanted to know some information about it, would sort of hold out his arm for her and escort her to the door and knock gently
Incredible.
as they wait for the neighbor.
Okay. You knock. Takes a second. And for a moment, you think that nobody is home before you hear an unlocking of the door. And as the door opens, there's a chain that holds the door closed, at least open just enough to where this older woman can look out. Hello?
Hello, miss. I'm sorry I didn't want to bother you, but,
And he looks to Dr. Jones and is like,
would you like to ask
We're
a
just
question?
so excited. We're looking to buy a home, maybe rent an apartment, and we're just touring the neighborhood. We wanted to get a sense of, how safe is it? Who should we know? And what kind of cookies do you like, so that I can bring them by the next time that I see you?
The door closes. Before you hear the door opens.
Macadamia nut. My favorite.
Oh, such good taste. Fantastic.
Betsy. It's nice to meet each of you.
I'm Doreen. Nice to meet you.
Doreen.
Marcus.
Marcus. Oh, interesting. My next door neighbor is named Marcus.
Oh, really?
Yes, he's a lovely gentleman. He sometimes brings food over. Anyways,
Sounds very
so
kind.
you are moving into the place. Do you have a place set already, or are you still looking?
Oh, we're just looking around. You said Marcus lives nearby. We haven't gone to see him yet.
Oh, yes. Marcus is right. The one right over there.
Oh,
Is he-
perfect.
Is he friendly? Should we go say hi?
Oh,
when was the
very
last time that
friendly.
you saw him?
Very friendly. Last night, I believe. Yeah, he was acting a little strange. He had a bit of an accident, but it happens with, the old war vets. They have to keep their guns clean, and every so often one misfires. I'm just glad nobody got hurt. But don't tell anyone I said that. He's a very lovely boy.
I would never tell anyone that you said that. You have my word. I'm so glad that we got to meet you first. I know, Marcus and I, our old neighborhood, there were a lot of sort of criminals about, people associated with what's his name? Vincent Moretti. And we're just trying to make sure that this area isn't also under his control, or, just teenagers getting up to nonsense and some of the older folk carrying weapons. We just have to get out of there, Is this neighborhood at all like that?
Vincent Moretti is still around. Wow. I remember when I was younger, I used to live in the Red Lamp District, you know. I actually used to be a dancer there. But, Vincent was one of the more dangerous people there. Rose up, created a mob, like you said. There's no one like that here, at least none that I've seen, but who wants to bother an old woman like me?
Well, here's hoping that you've just not seen it because it's not here.
I hope so. I hope so. Yes.
I think as Anna's sort of asking these questions, and the conversation's been going, Cyril's trying to get a read on this woman just to make sure that she's telling the truth and doesn't seem like she's
Absolutely.
hiding anything.
Yeah.
So I actually have a ability from my specialty, or from my role, Sweet Talk. You know how to work the room. After you make small talk with someone, you may add +1 die on any read rolls you make in which they are the target. If your current cunning resistance is 2 or higher, that die is gilded, which it's only 1, but...
Can I assist that roll?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you can spend a drive. 100%.
Okay.
Teamwork. Beautiful.
A mixed success. Also, thank you to Kat for the $5 donation to wait, hang on, that was not a $5 donation, that was a $50 donation.
Oh, incredible.
So thank you so much, Kat, for that donation, and the message for that, which gives me an automatic success on any roll. Which I may hold that back since this was a partial success.
Mixed success, yeah.
But it says, "Dear Emma, please succeed on a roll. Don't die."
Incredible.
I love that. Beautiful. Succinct.
All right. So, with a mixed success, you can tell that she's telling the truth. Though, as us, the audience, knows, there was another interaction. It seems like she's not telling you everything. But it seems like she's being as truthful as she can be without giving away, like, any other information, like personal information. Yeah.
Got it. I think Cyril's gonna look to Anna and just say,
Well, we don't want to be too much of a bother. Did you have any other questions here?
Oh, no, I got the macadamia cookie order all set.
Very good. I appreciate it. And please come back and tell me where you are living. I would like to
Of
know
course.
who I'm living next to.
Absolutely. We're looking at a couple apartments up the street, so if any of them, the applications pan out, we'll certainly be back.
Great. Thank you. It's very, very nice to meet each of you. Good luck with finding a good apartment for your small family.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll see you again.
I hope so.
and
Good day.
She closes the door, and then you hear it as the locks are put back in place.
that's and as Cyril will walk Anna out of earshot, still keeping up the charade of like holding arm in arm, looking almost like they're going to go back to Marcus's place to try and talk to him about the neighborhood since he was suggested.
Right.
Cyril will lean over to Anna and just say,
That's a lot of locks for a supposedly safe area. And it doesn't seem like she was being as forthcoming as she could be.
I was thinking the same thing. She was delightful, of course, but something's off here, and I just can't quite get my finger on it.
Well, I suppose we'll find out. Let's see if the others found anything.
Suppose doppelgangers could be old women, too. Can't rule that out.
That's true.
I think we should move in pairs so that none of us can be replaced. And I'll walk with Cyril back to the group.
I'll still find a way. Just kidding.
Oh, absolutely.
Where am
We'll get separated, no worries.
How do we know it's you walking up to us? It could be anyone.
Oh my god, this is going to devolve into the thing.
You gave me the theme. I ran with it.
Yeah.
So,
Oh boy. Oh, really quickly, Jonny, I think, I don't know, and you tell me because I don't know about the legality and New Fair, and I feel like you have better insight into this. So one of my illumination keys, which is you get 3 things per the audience, obviously you know this, you get 3 kind of goals that you are trying to do per session, and one of mine is do something illegal. And so while I didn't steal the
oh no, you definitely did something
Rolex,
illegal.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
100%.
Yay,
Yeah.
hell yeah.
Now, illumination keys are, like you said, only used for after your sessions to count how many points you get, illumination points to then level up and all that stuff. So currently, that doesn't have any impact on the story, but you did succeed in, fulfilling one of your RP goals of this session.
Yeah, and it felt great. Thank you. Thank you, Jonny.
Well, what'd you find next door?
Well, we found a very nice old lady who likes macadamia nut cookies. And
Okay.
Suspicious.
Deeply suspicious. They're the wrong kind of cookies.
I
was my
could not
first-
agree more.
We can't go because I have the complete opposite opinion on this, and I will. I've died on this hill before, so I'm just like, I know we've got to move past that because I will.
All right.
Agree to disagree.
well, we did also hear that Marcus had a bit of an accident last night. Apparently,
I'll say
Accident.
Something about a gun
That's a
firing off. though.
Understatement.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
So she says she said she saw Marcus last night.
yes. So
She
she
said-
said his gun
Sorry.
misfired.
Did she say what time that was?
No.
But did she see Marcus? Is my question.
That's what I was going to ask you all, if that was very likely, because given
looks down at Marcus's body.
Yeah.
given the state
Which is still just
of
face down
Marcus,
in like dried up blood on the floor.
Did we ever turn him over to look and
We got
No,
touched.
Dr. Anna did that
but that was
weird
it.
trace thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
there
I
was
can,
enough
or I
of it.
can, well, it might be time for me to cut him open.
Come. You've got this.
Now,
bro.
is that quite necessary?
That fucking killed
I'm sorry, but if we're
Field autopsy, y'all. Come on.
thing. I'm the doctor. I know these things.
Right.
I can do this. Or we can investigate the bleed. Investigate if the doppelganger's done anything to him.
I cannot
Or we can take him back
encourage
to the,
you to
back
do that. I think you can if you want. I just want to warn you that coming into contact with him was rather unpleasant beyond the mere unpleasantness of touching a dead body, if that's not your thing.
So I don't know how to say this in character, but other than I know what I'm doing. I'm a doctor. I have a special. My specialty is dissection. When you make a focus roll to dissect a piece of organic matter affected by bleed, gild an additional die. You cannot take bleed marks from this inspection.
I think he's got this, Nat.
All right.
Wait, let him cook.
We can take him back. We can take him back.
No, I just wanted to warn you, but I trust you to do what you think is necessary.
Bless.
Ugh.
Bless.
I'm gonna give him a big hearty back slap, like you've got this, bro.
All right, Callum, crack him open.
Thank you, brother. Right. I'm gonna open up my little field medic bag. I don't know. I'm gonna start pulling out. It's very, very TARDIS-like, you know. I just start pulling out things that cannot possibly fit in that tiny bag. Maybe a little saw, some scalpels. Got my gloves. Put out a nice tarp. All right, let's roll him over. Roll him. Who's helping? Boy, nose goes. Boy.
Wait. I don't have bleed protection or whatnot, though. If I touch him, am I going to be fucked, Nat?
Potentially. I mean, I was a little bit. I'm just used to it.
You know what?
I'm impatient. I'm rolling him over myself.
Yeah, Callum, I'm moral support on this one. You've got it, and you look great doing it, brother. Killing it.
Right. You do it carefully
You
enough,
are
and
a
I would
strange
still.
family.
I will still add this under your ability. You pull him over.
Yeah.
Careful enough to where you don't take any bleed, and you can continue with this autopsy.
Cool. Doing the basic. First doing basic. Once over the body, I'm removing the clothes, inspecting for any marks.
Okay. One of the things that you do notice as you're taking off the jacket, there is a small napkin that falls out that has a small ring in it, and there is a name of a place that immediately sparks an idea to Mikey. You see that there is a napkin that says the Quick and Quiet Saloon.
Wait. Vincent, out of character, Johnny Moretti? Is it Moretti?
Correct.
Hell yeah. I love when Vincent Moretti, I just remembered. It's called the Quick and... Sorry, my short-term memory immediately ate that.
You're fine. The Quick and Quiet
Link
Saloon.
to the hamster. Quick and Quiet. I think he owns the Quick and Quiet. That's a little bit of a dive, boss. A little grungy. You wouldn't think Marcus, with all this, would be in a place known with that reputation. Maybe we should check this out.
I mean, that's certainly the next sort of clue that we have. I don't think it would hurt us to go. I guess we'll just have to be careful who we speak to when we're there. And
I can do all the speaking. I'm a good talker.
You should see if you can
just
find
bet
anything
you
else,
are,
Callum.
sweetheart.
I'll go
Is
with Callum to make sure he remains a sweet talker.
I feel like we've all got to go.
Yeah, I mean, we're all going. It's just, I'm not much of a, I'm a small talker, not an important talker.
Hmm.
I'm not running for office here.
I hear that. Callum, is there anything else that you can ascertain from the body? Anything else speaking to you?
Do you want to go through the autopsy, or are you going to end there?
I'm gonna go through with the autopsy.
Fantastic.
Just
Y'all
for
look,
fun.
and then Callum is fucking hands deep in this autopsy right now. Incredible.
Recreational
I hate it.
autopsy is so funny.
One
I
of the
just love
things.
how he's just like, I can do this, guys. I can cut someone open on their apartment floor for fun.
Yeah, because why not?
Yeah.
It's
So-
not just for fun. It
That's true.
could be important.
It could be important, and I hope it is.
So you are doing. This is going to be a more of like an analysis. So you're going to be doing a focus roll for this.
Excellent.
And while Mika is rolling that, big thank you to Dorkflux for the $50 donation once
Another
again.
one? Dang.
Wow.
And this is wild because it's also for me. It says giving Emma/Cyril a success that I hope carries over to this fundraiser. So thank you so much, Dorkflux.
Incredible.
I may have to pass some of these off to my fellow players.
Listen, we're going
No,
where we
OP
need to
Cyril.
talk good. So
Yes, I will definitely use one to make sure Cyril talks good.
Oh yeah. That's amazing. Love to hear that.
Cyril getting fat stacks.
Yes, I got a 6.
Hell,
Hell yeah.
bro.
Incredible. All right. So, with that 6, you remove the clothes, find the napkin, don't pay much
Get some
attention.
really bad rolls in the near future.
Oh, yeah. That's how it works. That's how
Yeah.
the game with you and me worked, right? You guys. Oh, wait, no. That's right. Boss Jellybean was in that one. All good rolls in the very beginning of the game, and then just absolute ass the rest of it, and just it was great. It was great. So with a 6, that is a full success. What you do notice after the napkin falls out and your brother grabs it, you pay no mind as you cut into the torso, the open wound that is in his stomach. One of the things that you find is Dr. Callum. Does Dr. Callum have a weak stomach? I imagine probably not, being a doctor, but
I think it'd be really funny if he did.
amazing. One of
As
the
a doctor,
things that you find
yeah.
is
So that one of the things he pulled out of his bag was a barf bag for himself.
amazing.
He had a hearty
Preparation.
breakfast, so he knew that this might, yeah.
What you find as you open up the chest cavity and the torso, you're taking a look at this open wound, and you find, one, there is most definitely bleed in this. So you become, your nimble hands move around trying to manipulate the body to find any other sorts of information as to what happened. You find that the organs, like the intestines and the stomach and everything near this, have changed. The stomach now has brain tissue. The intestines have an eyeball growing out of them. This entire wound is just an amalgamation of different body parts that should not be there, but are there.
Okay, I think this doesn't make it. If it were a normal body, it would make him throw up.
That's why I asked.
And this is why he's suited. This is why he's suited for Candela, because for some reason this weird shit. No, it's fine.
Oh,
Oh, it
interesting.
comes full circle.
I love it.
I love
Incredible.
that.
That is incredible. So, with
Well, I
all
found
of
where
this
the third eye
information,
is. Third eye is in your stomach. Turns out. Oh, is that where yours is?
I don't think so. I'm gonna look over at Callum's
Not
shoulder.
when you do the ghosties. Do you feel it in your tummy? This is, or am I? Never mind. I'm done. I'm sorry. Just trying to make small talk. There's an eyeball in this man's stomach.
I think at the mention of that, Cyril has turned all the way around to make sure he's not seeing any of this because he definitely does not have a strong stomach.
Yeah, Natalie is the opposite of that. Goes, ooh, yeah. Ooh, prizes.
Come here.
Yeah.
It's
And
hilarious.
so she sort of like braces herself and then kneels down next to Callum.
Callum is very excited that you're kneeling, that you're participating. Very excited.
She is making eye contact with the eye. I don't know why that's important to me, but she is. And she kind of just looks at it for a while as if she's having a conversation that no one else can hear. And then she looks back at Callum with almost a blank face and says, I think he's becoming.
Well, he's becoming.
Well, I mean, something that could change into any number of things attacks him here. And this wretched mark he left behind is changing him. I mean, we're talking about a changeling, for lack of a better term. I guess the better term is doppelganger, but perhaps there's something changeable about their attacks.
Wait, so you think this is a baby doppelganger?
What do I know about doppelgangers?
Go ahead and do a focus roll.
Sure. I will add 2 gilded dice because it feels like it might be good to know.
You mean 2 drive points?
Yeah.
Okay, they won't be gilded. You only get 1 gilded, but you add 2 d6s to your roll.
Great.
I do have an ability called Saw This Coming where I can add a +1 to a circle member's roll without spending a drive. So I get it for free. So if you want to save one, I can give you one of those.
I will save one. What a time to be alive.
But it says you have to say how we prepared for this situation together. And I'm trying to think.
Is there maybe a time in our circle downtime where I've been interested in your criminal life, and you might be interested in some of the obscene, the occult, the beyond?
I love that. Like, I hook you up maybe with some rich folks that you can do readings in your medium gig for. And in return, you give me a glimpse into the abyss and help me understand.
Yeah. So that you'll be ready to handle what lies beyond.
Okay.
Love it.
So we're adding some information from Mikey, or at least some remembering of information that you might have once told Mikey.
Yeah.
And you're going to make your own roll.
You remember that there's a lot of these conversations with her are very direct, but sometimes she speaks as if she's talking to somebody else named Nicole, who's in the room with her, reminding her of facts she gets wrong, which is probably normal. All right, I'm going to roll. All right, that's 2 6s, so I'll take one or both.
That is a crit.
All right.
So that means that you very much succeed at this. So what do you know about doppelgangers? Doppelgangers are pretty much what everybody knows. They are able to change themselves into anything. I will say that you do know that this is a bit of an addition in my case, that they can change shapes of their limbs and things like that as well. So they do have like full control of what they shape their body to look like. You crit, so I will give you a little piece of information that you're not supposed to know yet.
Yay!
One of the things from Old Fair that you remember is that there were a lot of alchemists that pushed the boundaries of magic. Some of the doppelgangers are people from Old Fair.
Oh.
Some, not all. There are naturally occurring doppelgangers and monsters of that sort around.
I mean, I'm not totally sure, but there is a world in which this is one of those Old Fair doppelgangers, but they are a bit more, I would say, rare, but it was known.
I will also say, in this certain situation, since bleed is a part of this, it seems like coming into contact internally with something that is a doppelganger must have fucked the organs up.
Right.
That's probably why those changed. So just another addition.
All right.
But can you repeat that?
Most likely, the reason why all of these organs were changed and like there was an eyeball and brain tissue and all of that shit is because the internal organs of Marcus came into contact with the doppelganger that pierced through him. So
Okay, yeah.
it caused a bunch of fucked up shit because they are magical creatures. Yeah.
So I don't so much think it's a matter of him turning. It's just the path of change is left behind when you come into contact with these creatures, when they wound you.
Like an infection.
Sort of, but dying on the vine, in this case, he won't, continue to change and rise from the dead, as far as I know. I mean, God willing.
Well, I mean, I feel like we've been really thorough. And by the way, I'm so proud of you, Callum. You really nailed that. Oh, bro.
But I suppose we should.
You look over to
Close
Callum.
up
Callum is
shop
still
and-
looking into the wound, moving around.
Wait,
because
did
they
someone
weren't
say
paying
something
attention.
to me?
Yes, they did.
God, no,
You weren't paying
said I
attention
was
because you were so
proud of you.
focused.
Oh, yeah. Callum is so focused right now. He's just I think he's taking samples of stuff, put them in little vials.
Oof.
Yeah.
Someone please tell me when he's done, and we can go.
Oh, I think he'll be at it for a while.
Well, we should try to make it before too long to the. What was the name of that place? The
Quick and quiet?
The Quick and Quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've all deserved a little trip to the pub.
I
I
can
could
certainly use a drink.
Use a drink, exactly.
Thanks.
And
Drink.
he starts to look over his shoulder to
No.
things at you, and then stops and turns back around.
Incredible.
That's right.
Okay. So, as the group makes their way towards the Red Lamp District, you all search around to find where this might be, but Mikey, you remember the Quick and Quiet. So you lead the group down a rather sketchier street of the Red Lamp District to where you find the Quick and Quiet. What is usually a bustling scene of loud chatter and alcohol slinging, the Quick and Quiet now is rather quiet, minus the radio that is happening on the bar just next to you when you first enter. Only a handful of guests can be seen in the initial entry of this club. Some are sitting at the bar, others are in booths around the room, and a bartender is serving a drink to one of the patrons as you all enter in. He looks over. Feel free to seat yourself. Let me know if you need a drink. And then he goes back to cleaning glasses and pouring drinks. But here you are at the Quick and Quiet. What would you like to do?
What's the bartender's name?
Yeah, you would know it. It is
Todd. Please say it's
It
Todd.
is well, you know what? You did forget about the name of the Quick and Quiet. Go ahead and do a focus roll. See if you can remember.
I'll have equal confidence. Mikey will say the wrong name with conviction. But let's hope it doesn't get to that.
While you're making that
Please
focus
fail.
roll, quick thank you to Rara and Zach, both for $10
Rara.
donations, which give us free gilded dice
Ooh.
for any player to use.
Somebody
so we
better
now have
keep track
two
of
of those
these.
in the pool.
Yeah, do
as
I have a
well
list
as-
of this that we could put in chat? So
I'll
There's-
put it. So
Yeah,
we have
put it in
one
Zoom.
free.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll put it in the Zoom chat. So we have currently
Bless.
one free dice for a player to add to any roll, and then 2 gilded dice.
Sweet.
Yeah. Let's not do that RPG cliche where you're rolling credits with a bag full of very useful
Yeah.
items and things
Yeah.
that you never touched. Let's try to use those
Let's
in this
get 'em.
one.
You'll use it
shot.
for later. Use it for later. I'll need these later. God damn, dude. I hate that.
I got a 6 though, BTW. So I feel like this is a
Okay.
homie. Like I know this guy.
Immediately seeing the face of dear old Jack Malone, you remember his name. And matter of fact, as you're entering in, he does like a bit of a double take, because with that success, I'll say he recognizes you as well. So as he's cleaning the glasses and he like looks over, he looks back again. Mikey.
Jackie, good to see you, mate. He's
Good
gonna
to
go over and
see
give him
ya.
like a big hearty, like, "Hi, it's been too long."
It's been a while. Have you been? What is the great Mikey the thief doing here? The light
Mikey, the
fingers.
philanthropist, but yeah.
Right, of course. Sorry. The philanthropist. You're safe here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I've just been working, mate. Working with this lot here. I'm assuming is everybody like standing in a cluster together, or folks like dispersed since we've walked in?
That is up to each of you.
That's to the group.
What does the group do as you all enter in? Are you like dispersing, going to seats that Jack has told you that you can pick?
I think that Nat is always very overwhelmed in spaces like this, so she keeps fairly close to other people because it's a bit of a sensory overload for her in a very public spot like this.
Callum's trying to read the wine list, but it's all fancy and he's mispronouncing everything.
Yeah, she'll pull out her earmuffs that she like keeps in a satchel and put them over her ears. So she looks a little strange, but who doesn't?
I think Cyril remembers Anna's warning earlier about sticking together, especially with this doppelganger on the loose. So Cyril's gonna go ahead and sort of linger behind Mikey, just watching that interaction, making sure that he's good, but also waiting to get a drink because he could definitely use one after hearing the phrase, "There's an eyeball in this man's stomach." from earlier.
Yeah.
And Callum has all of that in his bag. He's like traveling with like the eyeball and the brain.
yeah,
tissue,
no,
like,
he
in
can
evidence
still, like-
bags.
Like I didn't say he was wearing like a little apron before, but I'm sure like he was.
now he is.
But like there's still like splats of like, there's I'm sure like on his shoulder there's some blood or something.
Incredible.
Jackie, hold on one second. Oi, Callum. Jackie,
Brother.
do you remember
Callum.
little Callum?
Your brother. I remember
he's
when
all
you
grown
were
up now.
just a little guy.
Well, I mean, I'm still a little guy.
Well, I mean, that's true. Short kings.
Short
Kings.
Kings. Taking him under my wing for a little bit, kind of teaching him the ropes here. He's finally reached the point where I feel like he's really stepping into his own. He's going to give him like a proud look. This is like the best that Callum has performed. We're like seeing him in his prime, and Mikey loves that.
Oh, Callum is beaming, like just. He is so stinking happy.
You here for a job? You got a team or something? And then you see him like looking, his eyebrows furrow for a second, looking over towards Nat. I don't know if Nat's looking, but he just looks at you. Is it cold in here?
Oh no, is he saying that to me or to Nat?
Saying it to Mikey, but Nat, if you were looking at Jack, you would see that he gave you like a kind
Yeah.
of look, and then he's looking back towards Mikey. So it's
Yeah.
up to you whether or not you want to respond. But
I
that's what he
think
says.
she'll let everybody else answer for.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just my mate, Nat. Yeah, she is a little bit of a sensory overload in here. Although I gotta say, like, normally there's a lot more people here. What's going on? Is there a funeral?
Gotcha. Yeah. My cousin.
I just
has
realized,
autism,
oh my
so-
God, Mikey died, or Marcus died. And I'm like, wait, is there a funeral? Oh, bad taste a little bit. Okay, sorry.
Oh God, that threw me off my ADHD. Shit, I don't know what I was saying.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. This rarely fucking happens when I'm jamming, which is wild. But okay, what did you say before?
Now my ADHD is gonna.
Hell yeah. All right,
You
moving
came
on.
in. Yeah, you
We're all
came
just having
in.
an ADHD spiral. It's fine.
I think the last thing that was said
Down we
was
go.
what's going on in here is like seems a little slow. Seems like business is slow.
Right,
That's right. That's
right.
right. Because there's like
Right.
less people.
Oh, got it.
And-
Okay, yeah. So Jack was
Got
saying,
you.
no, my cousin has autism, so every once in a while has something similar. Gotcha. All right. Well, it's a little slow. It's just during the daytime, just not a lot of people. But yeah, business as usual out here.
Who all from the staff is around?
You looking for Vincent?
Mikey's gonna have like a little bit of a. I mean, I wasn't before, but you asking specifically about him makes me feel like I should be looking for
Well,
Vincent. Is he here?
I'll answer your question. It's just me. But it depends on if you're looking for a job. Vincent,
job.
he doesn't like to be disturbed when he's doing business, you know what I mean? Unless, and then you see like the quickest of like glances down to a tip jar.
Ah, I see. Mikey's gonna give like a big, overdramatic kind of comedic wink to him. And I'm trying to, out of character, I'm trying to decide if he's gonna like encourage Callum to pay for this or if he's gonna pay for it itself.
Oh,
You know,
I was
he's
actually
gonna do it to
thinking,
Callum.
could you describe the watch to me again? So
Yeah.
like it's like a part of the watch I can break off and
So this watch it has like metallic, those like metallic like slats or whatever the fuck they're called, like those little pieces that like kind of like connect together and then make like a bit of like a flexible band. The watch itself is just like this giant silver circular, like just huge watch. Like Marcus's wrist was really big compared to yours, so this thing is just huge to you. On the face of the watch, there's like gold inlaid pieces at each of the hours, and it even has like a small seconds little widget. What are they? I think it's a widget. I can't remember what they call it, but anyways,
Is it
just
really?
like small little seconds
Okay.
as well. So it's like a very nice
so
watch.
the numbers are in gold.
Correct.
Pick a number between 1 and 12.
12.
12.
Just gonna drop the gold 12 in there.
So, to paint a picture, this is a watch. A watch that has a very hefty glass covering over the watch face. So
Okay.
you set the watch on the counter and just smash the glass? Is that what I'm understanding?
Oh no, I did this back during the
You did it
when I
back
was
before
cutting everything up.
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Because everyone was like, ew, the body grows. I'm like, all right. And so I like while cleaning up, like
Incredible. So I imagine that
Maybe
at some
just,
point
I diced up the watch already. It was an
Sure.
ugly fucker. Like I didn't
It
want
was,
it.
yeah.
It's also like separated up between the silver and the gold. This
Incredible.
Mikey taught me well.
This is what you were doing on the way over, was just separating each of these pieces of silver and gold and all of that.
How do we get here? Like, were we in a carriage? Did we walk?
So-
we're in a carriage. Yeah, 100%. I was saying they're like separating everything like off in the corner.
if I remember
Yeah, what
correctly,
is the degree of technology? Like, what does transportation look like in your field?
transportation, they have like rail cars and stuff like that. They do have electricity. That's kind of a newer thing in just the Fairlands in general, which is one of the reasons why they actually ended up winning the war that they were in just before. Trying to look for the new fair map, because you guys were in the Silver Slip, which is more of the like eastern side, and then you're going to the Red Lamp, which is more of the, actually, yeah, you guys are just next to it. So it was just like a short walk, really, for each of you.
Oh, okay.
You could have taken a rail car, but it would have been like super quick.
Be environmentally conscious. I love that.
I mean, Marcus was running through the streets. You could see, well, that was before. You guys didn't see that. Anyways.
All right. So I did something on the walk there, like right off the glass. And so I was just kind of walking, not paying attention too much, just tearing some shit out.
Great.
So nobody's paying too
like,
much attention because you might be a body part. So
Yeah. He just looks at you dropping in the 12. Grabs it. Puts it in his pocket. All right. Little unorthodox, but... And then he points over to the corner where you see Vincent is sitting. He is a little covered, so you weren't able to like fully see him, but now that you're looking, kind of like lean over and you're like, got it. Thanks for the tip. Hope to see you around.
Wait, don't look too close. I can't. Never mind. I just stumbled over my words.
it happens. I'm proud of you, Callum.
Don't change, Callum. Short King.
Oi, Jackie, can we get my brother Cyril here a beer? He's been waiting for a little bit.
Vodka cranberry, actually.
Oh,
Sure. Absolutely. And he just starts making a drink.
It's on me. Would you like anything? Doc Turner.
Oh, yeah, just get me a whiskey on the rocks.
Sounds good. And Mikey's gonna look at the menu. He's like, I wonder if they have mozzarella sticks here. Did they start doing food? It doesn't look like it. What about you, Nat? Anything?
Ravioli. Ravioli.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Nat sort of like notices you talking to her. She's kind of just like nodding and looking around at people and trying to without the distraction of the noise, just key in on each individual's like state throughout the bar. And she just kind of notices you immediately as you sort of wave her down. And she flips off one of her muffs and says, whiskey neat, please. Thank you. And it does seem slow in here. Did they say anything about that when you were talking to them at the bar?
Yeah, he said it was just daytime hours for the most part. I mean, to be honest with you, this is my first time here during daylight. And when I am here at late night, it's not like I have my faculties about me. Traditionally, don't remember a lot of the best times I've had here. But I will say, this is the most empty I've ever seen it. But I've also never been here during the day.
So, what exactly should we do next, do you think? Should we try to see this Vincent fella?
All right. Cyril is there. I was like out of top of table. Emma, is Cyril is like silver tongued, I believe.
Yes. So I don't know if he necessarily has a is that a specific ability you're asking?
Oh,
about?
no.
He's very much. Yeah, so he's very much like the he's got the face roll, so he is very much like the sweet talker of the group, who is more charismatic and yeah. I don't know where I was going with that, but yes, he can talk to people.
Gay gas.
Emma might not be able to, but Cyril can.
He talks, he can't talk, he has the capacity to talk.
I'm like, what if Mikey introduces Cyril to Vincent as like a millionaire or as somebody who's like very, very, very rich, and then Cyril can kind of take it from there?
I mean, I'm down for that.
Okay. Very posh. I love it. Well, I mean, I think and Mikey will answer Nat's question. Yeah, I think we got to talk to him. There's got to be some reason that his name was on Marcus's body. Clearly, the two must have known each other, or at least Marcus was a patron here. Cyril, and you got a nod over. I mean, and then I'm assuming that like Jackie is giving everybody their drinks, and then I'm gonna put out there that like hopefully they've been made to perfection to your precise tastes.
All right.
And
Yeah.
You are drinking. Actually, no. You're drinking during the daytime, so there's a lot more time that gets put into it. So I'll say, yeah, these are actually really good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell
Can I,
yeah.
can I make a suggestion for the millionaire sort of?
Yes. We're like plotting. Please
Yeah.
bring it.
What if Cyril is an angel investor for an expedition to get something valuable? And so we're looking for maybe more people or somebody who might be a buyer, like something that might entice Vincent or Eddie into talking
I
to
love
us.
that.
We could suggest that we're going into the Redwood or something.
Yeah, Scarlet Wood, I think.
The Scarlet Wood.
Johnny. Oh, go ahead.
No, I love the idea phase. The ideation phase of any plan is really fun. I just don't want us to get too far left of center of what we're trying to figure out here. So if we were like,
And
how
that
do
was
we
gonna
get
be
back to Marcus? Yeah, Cyril.
That was
please.
about to be my question, is how do I relate all of this expedition stuff to Marcus specifically so that we can get the information?
Well,
Marcus was a veteran, and maybe we're looking for extra muscle, and we could ask about. I don't know. I mean, does everybody know that he's dead? I guess is my question.
well, no. Some people say they've seen him about, and that's where I think we could get into it. But what if it's that? Because I think the important thing we're missing is, why did Marcus want to interview him, or was he being was it like a job interview, right? So we got to be real careful there. And
I have an idea.
all right.
What if I was clued in on the fact that we should be speaking by Marcus? Though I wasn't entirely sure why. He said he would tell me more, but the meeting came before me seeing Marcus.
Johnny, I have forged paperwork. Can I forge a letter from Marcus to Cyril describing what Emma just said?
Sure. Absolutely. You have
it
forged.
works.
I will say that you're gonna have to make a roll.
Okay.
You only have a little bit of his handwriting to go off of, but enough. Actually, yeah, because you didn't really like look for any like notes or anything. You just have the calendar at the moment.
Yeah.
So I will say this would be. I'm looking between. Yeah, I think this would be control.
Control.
Reminder, Aetherius, you do have that free die unless you used it already.
Yeah, if we want to just succeed, we can. Thanks to chat.
We do have
Hey,
that
we
as
love
well.
you,
Or
chat.
Or I could use one of my auto successes if we wanted to.
I think we
This
need
would be a
the
good time
auto
of
success for Moretti for sure. One of those if we have two.
Okay.
So
I'll
we
save it for that. Yes.
yeah, but I think we have two, so we could use one here too
Yes.
if we wanted.
I do have two.
Or we could use one of those gilded die or
Yeah, and I do have the one. Jonny, does it have to be used? The auto success, can it be used after a roll?
No. It has to be used
That's fair.
before. I love the
Damn,
chaos.
Daddy's so angry.
You already have
Damn,
2 successes.
Daddy.
Who knows how many you're going to get after this? You have to pick that.
Okay.
I personally
And I
like
love
the
the
idea of using it
stakes.
for this.
I love
Just
the
like
stakes.
keeping something from going sideways.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's use the auto success here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, thank you. I was like sweating bullets about this. I'm like, I want this to work.
The
Okay,
goal,
don't have good rolling history.
Just-
so.
just so I understand, your goal with the forgery is what is to communicate that Marcus was in touch with Cyril about a job.
Yeah, I want to write it vague and general enough so that if there was some kind of operation involving Marcus and that was involving Vincent, it may have led to Vincent's demise. I want to write it the language in a way to where it's possible that Vincent may make the connection that what he's talking about in the letter is that thing, is that planner, etc. And I'm thinking to tell Cyril, like I'll write it like this was the last thing that you got from Marcus, and then he told you, I can even write this in the letter, he told you to meet him at his house, and then when you arrived he was dead. But this does mean I think you may have to tell Vincent that Marcus is dead. Is Cyril breaking the news, or does he know?
I mean, I don't mind breaking the news.
I
but-
don't. Sorry, I'm interrupting you. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
But does that give us the upper hand? We're not entirely sure why they wanted to meet.
Mhm.
Well, I think we should tell him the news because you can't get blood from a stone. You got to offer something, right? So it's something that's close enough to the truth. And then I am fairly confident in my ability to read him when in his response. So how he chooses to respond, I may be able to get a sense of whether or not he's fibbing. So if the question is, we had heard that there might be opportunities that this Moretti fellow might be looking to hire some muscle, some folks like us, and that we're interested in antiquities, discovering things in the Scarlet Wood, etc., that may benefit him. And so he suggested that maybe it's that Marcus suggested to us that we should get in touch with Mr. Moretti, who might be interested in sending out investigations of that kind for profit.
Yeah.
We know he's a businessman, but we don't want to get much more specific than that. And I don't think it hurts us to then say, and unfortunately, when we arrived to meet with Mr. Marcus, we discovered that he had met an untimely end, and then just let him react and try to read off of that.
I do think
Brilliant.
there's one thing we need to be a little careful of. I'm not saying we shouldn't do this. I'm just saying we should keep an eye out for Marcus walking around before we
For
go
sure.
talking about. Yeah.
Mm.
Now, as
this
we're,
raises-
go ahead. Go
Oh
ahead.
no, I was just gonna say this raises a good point. Is anybody here packing heat? Does anybody have guns, knives, slingshots, C4? I mean, Okay.
I think Anna just raises her eyebrow and your
Scalpel.
eyes wander to her hip with the lasso on one hip and a gun in the other. And she's like, yes, Mikey. Yes.
No, Mikey.
I
We are two very different people.
I pull out a few. I kind of like bring up my bag, kind of rummage through it, and kind of like show Mikey a few of my scalpels. Like, boy, I've got a few of these. Got some bleed on them already. A little extra deadly.
Cyril sort of pats at his suit and is like,
I think I forgot mine today.
Happens to the best of us, Cyril. All right, well, I feel like Doc, you've got to be like our last line of defense. Hopefully, we won't come to violence. I've met Vincent before. It's not like I've never met. Hopefully, me accompanying the group and that kind of familiarity as Cyril's kind of doing their thing and presenting the letter will lend itself like an air of credibility, right? So hopefully, it won't even come to that. We won't come to blows. There'll be no violence. None of that, right? I feel like we can do this.
And if there is, I'll be ready.
She said she like just reaches into her pocket and pulls out what looks like she like reaches into her purse, pulls out gloves and puts them on. And then she reaches back into the purse and takes out something that's like wrapped in a scarf. And then she sets that on the table. She unwraps it and it's just like a silver ball. She's like, that's it. That's all I got. I know that if you touch it, it makes a horrible sort of noise in your mind, but that's all I have. That's my strange weapon. I don't know.
Hell yeah.
Do with that
Incredible.
what you want.
Sure.
Are you gonna throw it at somebody? Like, hey, touch this?
I was gonna suggest that. I was gonna say, can you
If
like
it
whip
works,
it
yeah.
at somebody?
Absolutely, that could work. 100%.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. She said, yeah, this was my my sisters. We used to play with it when we were younger, and keep hold of it, but I would not recommend touching it with your bare hands.
You lot are a little bit more dangerous than I thought you were. All right. Well, I have forged the letter.
Okay.
Whatever we came to a consensus is what I've written.
So let's get a main idea of this, because there was a lot of ideas thrown in.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like points. What are we putting in? We're putting in Marcus was talking to Cyril about doing a job, gathering an item.
Mm-hmm.
Was Marcus the one proposing it?
I believe Marcus was the one proposing it, and it was said to meet Marcus at his home.
Okay.
Um,
And
but
then
Moretti-
you
Maybe
went
we're in
there
the
and
middle
found
of
that he
this
was
deal?
dead.
mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's what it is. Okay,
Yeah.
so it is a letter that says, from start to finish, Marcus contacting Cyril about a job and potentially being like a donor or something like that for it.
Mhm.
You are going to meet at his house. You did. He was dead. Now you're going to Vincent Moretti
We
because
We
he
found a note.
might.
Vincent,
Okay.
I was gonna say maybe we mentioned Vincent or just something in the notes so there is that direct connection for why we'd bring the letter to him. Because if it
Okay.
is just
Yeah.
from like Marcus saying like come and meet me, and I don't
Well-
want to do it outright where he just writes, well, and if I fucking die, go to Vincent at the
It could
we can
be.
try it.
Yeah.
I don't know that we even have to mention Vincent in it, because then Vince, if this isn't true, we have no out, right? If we mention Vincent Moretti and he's like, I wasn't hiring him, he was supposed to interview me for the newspaper, like we have no idea, right? So I would say, I realized I'm yelling. I'll calm down. I'm just very excited and very anxious. Okay, so I would say maybe the way to play it is Marcus suggested that we have a job to do with him.
And
Then
leave it at that.
we got there, he's dead. So we did what people do. We try to figure out what happened, which is true. And we found a note that said that he was going to meet with Vincent. Now, his reputation obviously precedes him. And we thought, well, maybe had Marcus told you about this job? Do you know anything? Well, if not, and you have a job that you were going to give Vincent, I don't know what your relationship was with him, but maybe you could give it to us instead. Right?
Okay, that
Like,
makes sense.
Just leave the door open a little bit for him to color more information, and we make the least assumptions possible. We can make them, we can make any assumptions about what Marcus was communicating to us because we have the forgery, right? But we don't want to make any assumptions about what he was communicating with Vincent, because
Okay.
we have no idea what that relationship was like.
And maybe we
Right.
write this through like maybe not necessarily full on endearing, but like with a friendly tone from Marcus to Cyril that suggests that like, there's some kind of established relationship there. I
Yeah.
think that might lend itself to credence to Vincent versus like if this just said, it looked like it was just like a copy pasta
Yeah.
thing that like had been filled in.
Written by
so
AI.
maybe we'll like make little personalization touches in there.
Okay.
My dearest Cyril, the nights are cold since last I saw you.
I mean, I know I'm charming, but I don't think we have to go that far. Mikey, you're the one who has the napkin, right?
Mm-hmm. Why? Yeah, I got it.
Cyril's gonna hold out his hand for it. Just thinking,
Might be better to present that once we break the news.
Yeah, good point. I feel like we're good, team. You know what? Communication is key, and this is why we're successful right here, is because we take the time necessary. I really like you lot. All right, let's do
Okay.
this thing.
All right. On to Vincent Moretti. Who's going?
I'm going with them, but to observe his reaction to things. I am not. Unless things go sideways, I don't think I'll be participating in the convincing parts of the escapade.
Of course.
You never know. Keep that
Callum.
ball handy. This could take a
listen,
hard left.
Yeah, no. If we need to get out of there, I'll be like, catch. Like,
Yeah.
Anna wants to be in the room. She wouldn't let people walk into
Yeah.
a meeting with Vincent Moretti without like muscle.
Okay.
I'm gonna be like behind Cyril, right? What are you gonna say, Callum?
Callum's just drinking a glass of wine. That's it.
Cool. And then just
you
to
know what? Callum has earned it, honestly.
Yeah, he's just like, hey, what's up, everyone? Okay.
And sorry, where did you say that Anna is going?
I'm
With us.
I'm not leaving Cyril's side.
Gotcha.
If
Okay,
like
cool,
a
cool,
meeting
cool.
with Vincent Moretti is happening, she's not
sounds like we're
going
all
anywhere
going.
but where there's danger. Yeah.
Except for
everyone
Callum.
but
Callum's just
Callum.
drinking at the bar. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. So the four of you walk up and you find that Vincent is currently doing a bit of like bookkeeping. He has like a abacus that he is like kind of counting back and forth. Okay, and then he's like writing some stuff down, but then when he sees you coming, he closes the book, puts it to the side. Mikey. It's good to see you. Good to see you.
It's
That's
been a
my
long
favorite
time, Vincent.
thief. Or I think I overheard something about philanthropist.
Yeah, that's the title I'm going. But and I would appreciate it if you would address me as such. He's gonna like
course.
play on the familiarity.
Of course. Yeah. So, what do I owe the honor of all four of you bum rushing my booth? Are you looking for a job?
I'm never not looking for a job, but I do actually have a reason. We do have a reason for being here. And Mikey's going to nod over to Cyril.
to which Cyril will hold out his hand.
Cyril, it's a pleasure. I've heard many great things.
All right. Vincent Moretti, the owner of this fine establishment and most of Red Lamp District. And he winks.
That's a very
And Cyril smiles.
a very important man. I like that.
Well,
This is so weirdly flirtatious, and I am here for it. Mr. Moretti. Oh. I'll never forget you, Mr. Moretti.
What a man.
Look, we need this information, Cyril. You
Do what it takes.
Whatever it takes.
what you feel is necessary. Okay.
Whip that coat inside out. Let's go.
Cyril is not beyond stooping that low.
Hell yeah.
If we would call
Great.
it stooping. But he is going to sort of slide into the booth and say,
Well, I've heard a lot of great things from Mikey here, but I also had some questions about a Marcus that you might know. You see,
and he pulls out the forged letter, puts it on the table towards him, not opening it up. Cyril is an actor, and he is trying to put on a show at this moment. So he very much sort of makes a point of keeping it closed as he slides it to Vincent, glancing over to make sure none of the other patrons are looking, and says,
you see, I was talking with Marcus about possible employment, and, well, I was told to pay him a visit. Now, when I arrived at his home, he was no longer with us. And the only thing that I found that could lead anywhere was an appointment made with you. And this takes out the napkin. We're just trying to get some answers as to what he might have been up to that may have cost me that job.
He takes the letter. What is a writer for the Civil Tribune doing, bringing these kinds of jobs? And he opens it up. Huh. Well, I don't have any jobs that he was a part of. But I do know who this is. You said that he's... Are you sure?
Saw it myself.
What?
Anyway.
When was the last time you saw Marcus, Vincent?
Do sway roll.
Ooh, girl. While this sway roll is happening, can I like make a judgment on his reaction to stuff?
Absolutely. Please do
Okay.
a read.
Do you want to do the sway, Cyril? Like Cyril is I want to like give you
That's
that
fine.
layup if you
Yeah,
want
you both are kind of
Absolutely.
helmeted, so that's totally fine.
Listen,
Can I also
is this the success that we want?
can I also
I
like
mean-
assess the area and see if we're in any kind of immediate danger? Like this guy
Sure.
is kingpin effectively, so I just want to know like who's around. Whatever.
Yeah. Go ahead and do a survey roll.
Okay.
I mean, I'm happy to do this way. I think we had already spent the one auto success. Let's
Yeah.
save the other one for another scene.
I also have 2 more of Saw This Coming where I can add a +1. Now, is that the same thing, Johnny, where you can only use that before?
Yes. Those are
Okay.
rules as written. You have to do the drive before. Okay, mixed success.
So if you want to, Emma, above table, I can use Saw This Coming on this, which will give you a +1.
Okay.
Or +1 dice, actually. Ooh.
Yeah, you get
Oh,
an
plus one
additional
dice?
dice. So go ahead and roll another d6 since I know that Aetherius, you were saying that before the roll came in. That's a 6.
And that's a
So,
6.
That won't be your gilded die. Now here's a great decision and one of the best things about Candela. Do you have any sway, what is that, intuition, I think? Do you have any of those drives missing, or is that cunning? Yeah,
It's cunning.
Do you have any cunning drives missing?
No, I haven't used any yet.
Okay, well then never mind. You wouldn't want to use that gilded die. However, if you had been missing any of your cunning, you
You would get
could
it back.
forego the 6 and get a mixed success instead and that drive point back. So
Gotcha.
there are decisions that can be made in Candela to get resources back, but take a cost. However, you do indeed get a full success. Moving back over towards Dr. Anna's roll, that was a 1 and a 2.
Correct.
You don't see much. You just see Callum just drinking, and then every so often, Jack is coming back around asking if Callum wants another drink, and then walking back behind the bar and doing his thing. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Nat
So-
has rolled a 5 on the read.
Ooh. Okay. You, with that recent touching of that artifact, that thing that you had since childhood, it's kind of left your hand a little tingle, even though it was through the glove.
Mm-hmm.
And like you begin to hear this static. Just every so often it'll come in, almost like tinnitus. But you're looking at at Vincent, and you could tell that he was extremely confused to hear that a writer for the Civil Tribune, which is a newspaper, was trying to you fucking nailed it right on the head before.
This was my concern.
Right.
Okay,
which is
sorry.
good. Which is good that you guys made it general, because if you didn't, I'd been like, you got an auto success, so I would give you something, but
Yeah.
But he was very confused. He kind of pushed it away, like, okay, I don't know what he's doing on his off time kind of thing.
Yeah.
But just behind his head, as you're looking to read his emotions, you see these dark, piercing eyes of a very familiar face that just stares at you. This is...
Like Marcus or...
Not Marcus. No.
No!
This is shoot, I forgot the name, but the not so good spirit that you know of.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I know.
Yes. This
yes.
is Caroline.
Yeah, Caroline.
You see Caroline just staring at you.
She kind of like jolts backwards and like almost drops her drink. It like sloshes all over her. She tries to like she just apologizes profusely.
Hey, whoa, careful. Why don't you go over there and take a seat?
Thank you, sir. And she then glances back in the direction she saw the eyes and is going to press mentally with her ability that I will know and say. It's called Commune. Make a connection with a nearby sentient phenomena in order to communicate with it. Make a sense roll to open up an empathetic or telepathic connection to ask a question.
You look back, and she's gone. However,
Okay.
you will take a brain mark.
Yep. I do.
It was just a split second moment that you had seen this, and then as you got startled, even like that quick blink, it was gone.
All right. She takes off her earmuffs and just sits down where she was told to.
Well, last time I saw him, we were supposed to have a interview yesterday. I don't know what it was about. He said it was about some sort of a investigation or something. I don't know. But he wanted to talk, and so I had something come up during the day when we had planned. And then he changed plans, came in, and then started asking me about, my background and how I came to own Quick and Quiet, and I don't know. It was just a little weird because we were supposed to talk about something else, and then here he is about my background.
Well, what were you supposed to be talking about?
Listen, we don't need to get into the nitty-gritty of all that stuff. However, go ahead and do another sway roll.
Okay. Oh boy. You know what? I think I am gonna spend one of my drives on this one. That
Do
gives me
it.
an extra dice, correct?
Correct, yes. With each one is another die.
Okay. So I'll spend a drive there, so I get 3 dice. Success!
Okay. We don't need to get into the nitty-gritty of... He specifically talks to you, Mikey. There was some sort of an investigation talking about a periphery officer that suddenly passed. They said that he was looking into me, said that he wanted to ask some questions. I don't know what happened, and this is the fucking truth. Philanthropist to philanthropist. I have no fucking clue what happened to that officer.
I believe you.
And Cyril kind of looks to Mikey, wondering if Mikey has any specific questions.
Sorry about that. My mic was muted, but the red light was green, which was a lie. So rude. Nice. I apologize about that. He's gonna say to Vincent, look, my illness seems real weird. Is one detail that's kind of sticking out to me. Why do you think Marcus was so interested in your background?
I don't know. To be honest, I was a little pissed off because I was here thinking that we were going to be talking about how I'm supposed to be exonerated, and here we are talking about what I did.
Vincent, he may have gotten the rougher deal out of the two of you on that, with you being stood up and him now being in the Great Abyss.
Which strikes me as weird because we have his paper.
You have his paper?
Yeah, it was released this morning. That's what he said.
What do you mean that's what he said? He was here this morning?
He was here last night.
Last night. And did it seem odd when you spoke with him? Was he acting as he normally would have?
I don't fucking know the guy.
All right.
Listen, I was just told that he was going to come over here for an interview about an investigation, and then we started talking about the who's and whats of what the fuck I did when I was younger.
Come on, Vince. That piece is so specific and bizarre. Like, what kind of questions was he asking about your background?
Listen, I don't want to get into all of this. You can pick up the paper and read it. All right.
Marcus
now,
is
listen,
dead, man.
Yeah.
Listen, I didn't fucking know the guy. All right. Now, if he had a job that he was trying to get you to do, great. Give me the details. Let's see if we can work something out.
Vincent, you're a very important man. I think we can both agree on that. You're someone with a lot of influence when you want to have it. What do you imagine might happen if somebody else used your sway pretending to be you? I know that may sound mighty cryptic, but you could be in grave danger. The same as Marcus. Marcus had an audience of whoever read his paper. You have an audience of influence, of cunning, of business, nothing more. We're looking out for you in our own way.
Go ahead and do a sway roll.
Mikey is silently nodding, impressed at Nat.
Oh, stop. All right. I'm going to take some of those gilded dice for surezies. I guess they don't really do anything extra, but I would like more dice in this roll.
Gotcha.
And
you can always spend your drive.
I'll take one of those, and I'll use one of my drive, and I'll use one of my one gilded die, so that if I need to get it back, then I'll have it. I'll roll 3, and it'll be fine. Everything is fine. Hell yeah. All right. I got 1-6
Hell
Okay.
yeah.
and
Is
a
that the
4.
gilded?
I don't know if you only need the one that's a success, right? Like I choose which die.
Correct, yeah, but you
Okay.
you have to know which one is like the gilded die between the two.
Yeah. The gilded die rolled a 2, and I'm not taking it because I would very much like to succeed.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
call. Okay. I have a lot of influence, but I also don't have a lot of time. So, I'm hoping that we can get to the fucking point here pretty soon. What is it that you're asking me?
We have reason to believe that our friend Marcus was killed by someone who looks just like him. Every bit the picture of the man you met last night to hand over this paper. Now, whether or not the real Marcus wrote what's in that paper, we have no idea, but I'm guessing he didn't.
And we gotta say, Vincent, he wasn't just murdered. He, out of character, I'm wondering if I should like usher Callum over to show like the bag of like brain tissue and eye and stuff, but that's a little bit of a shock.
I will say, one of the things with Candela is there is like a veil, almost like the masquerade of Candela, just so you know. So doing that is like a, don't do that. Unless like people already know and like they have a connection with Candela, but Vincent does not, or at least not that you know of.
He doesn't need to know about the like intestinize and brain tissue, et
That
cetera.
would be definitely something that he'd be like, that's fucked. What the fuck? Yeah.
Yeah. What I am intending here is to make sure you understand that there is a world in which there are very fine actors walking about this town. People who might be able to take information and use it to impersonate you in a way that you would not be fond of. So that's why we ask maybe not so much what you would have answered to the questions that were posed to you, but we could understand the threat a little better if we understood what was being asked of you.
He talked about my past. I don't know how this is gonna help you in your... whatever this is. Talked about how I came to own the Quick and Quiet. What I did before. What I did during the war. Who my parents were. If I had any family, siblings.
Well, those do sound like the questions a very fine actor would ask in order to play you, now wouldn't they?
He looks off.
What do you think, Cyril?
Vincent looks off, and you see him kind of like do a head tilt. And Anna, when you're looking around, you don't see anybody until you see this giant fucking bodyguard come from behind the bar, or not the bar, but in the kitchen kind of area, comes out and then stands just next to him. Vincent just whispers something to him, which he's not trying to be quiet. Keep an eye out on anybody that's trying to impersonate Vincent already. The guy leaves. I will
Wow.
keep an eye out.
We appreciate that. We would also recommend not traveling alone if possible, but for a man such as yourself who needs privacy, that might be difficult at times.
I'm never alone.
Perfect. Then, unless anyone has any questions, I believe that was our business for this evening.
Great.
So I have a question for Jonny above table.
Yeah.
Is there a paper that we could get our hands on around?
Yeah, that's what he was like pointing over to an area where the paper was. Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I want to grab one and
I
read
was
it and
literally-
see what the information actually is.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say as Vincent, grab the paper on your way out. So, what you find is this newspaper that has the headline, "No Connections Found," written by Marcus Jones and Tom Harper.
Tom Harper, a name that any of us would recognize?
Whoever wants to do a... Actually, no, this is pretty much a, like, Joe Schmo kind of person. Nothing of import.
So no information about like the family questions that he was being asked? It's just about this, like, okay.
Well, there is. Like, you know, like an expose of like who the fuck this person is. But more specifically, it says like no connections between Vincent Moretti and the suicide of the periphery investigator.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So as we're on our way out, she's just gonna stop by the door and look back in Vincent's direction. And she says, "Be on the lookout. Shame to hear about the assassination attempt in town." And just try to like gauge if he has any outward feelings about that.
Okay. Go ahead and do a read roll.
Listen, are we playing with fire? Maybe. I don't know. I'm scared. Okay. I will take a gilded die with this from our cool, fun pool. All right. I will take the gilded die result of 6, and I will regain a cunning.
All right. You see a point of recognition. He knows exactly what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And more so when, as you say that, he just like, you can see like the micro expression of concern.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd like to see them try.
Have a pleasant evening, Mr. Moretti. She slips out the door.
So, where to next?
We got to get Callum. He's just been sitting at the pub drinking wine.
Right.
Don't want to make sure. We want to make sure he's not.
He's on his third glass right now.
Perfect.
Buddy.
Incredible.
Love it. Mikey's gonna walk over to Callum like, "You've been having a real good time over here."
It's been crack. It's been grand time.
All right. Yeah. Hopefully you put all of that on my tab. Jackie knows we'll get that taken care of. Turning to the team, he's gonna turn to Doctor, and what's your analysis on this, Doc? Where do you think we should move next?
Seems like we have two choices, really. Either, well, maybe three even. Investigate the death of the periphery officer. Find this Thomas Harper. Or, I don't know, try to look into the news of the assassination. But we don't know where or even who Thomas Harper is, so not sure how we would follow that lead.
Good point. Anybody else got any ideas?
We can try to find this Tom Harper. We could. I'm sorry. And she just, like, very much begins just the start of a panic attack. Just a little bit of one. There's a treat. And she says, I saw something in there that I have not seen in a long time, and I know what it will sound like, but I saw eyes, not of the creature we're talking about, but staring at me from behind Mr. Moretti. These eyes, I've seen them before a few times in my life, but not in a long time.
Cyril kind of stiffens at that.
What kind of eyes?
They belong to a little girl I used to play with, who it turns out wasn't strictly corporeal. Me and my sister when I was little. Her name was Caroline. And I almost never saw her when I was little, when my sister was alive. But then as time went on, Nicole started having these horrible dreams, fascinations with going out at night, and we would always sleep in the same bed, and she would disappear, and she would always talk about how Caroline wanted to play, so she would leave. One day we found her at the bottom of a well, and my sister was gone, and that's when I started to see Caroline. And I don't see her very often, my friends, but when I do, it sends something horrible through me. I don't know what's connected about it, or whether it's a warning or maybe an invitation of some kind. But I did not like seeing her behind Mr. Moretti, I'll tell you that.
Mikey's gonna put a very supporting hand on Nat's shoulder, and he's gonna. Are you standing up, Nat?
Oh,
right
we'll say she sunk into a chair at the table that we're kind of convening around.
Mikey's gonna bend down, and he's gonna be at eye level with her and have a supportive hand on her shoulder. He's gonna say, Nat, all right, what do you need? Do you want us to take a moment? Would you like to go outside? What do you need from us?
If that thing that talks to me is not my sister, then I will have stone cold vengeance before I die. And if that is tonight, then I am fine with it. And if I die in the attempt, so what?
Mikey's gonna frown at that. Oh, hey, you don't need to go meeting your maker just yet, all right? I'm gonna choose to think positively. We're gonna figure out what happened to Marcus. We're gonna figure out what is going on with this doppelganger. And in terms of Caroline, I guess, Nat, my only question is, why do you feel like she's here now?
I've always wondered, I guess, whether it is Nicole who's helping me along, who's given me the gift that she had when we were young, where she could see and feel and even touch things that I could sense in my own way, but never as strong as when she was gone. But now I guess I'm just wondering if maybe it's never been her. Maybe it was always Caroline, and maybe she's just hungry again.
None of this makes sense. If there's a correlation here between Caroline, what happened to Marcus, and Vincent, whatever that connective thread is, I don't see it. And it may take us looking a little bit deeper into things to start sussing out why this is happening. But I just, to me, it strikes me as fascinating that you haven't seen Caroline, what seems like a long time, and then suddenly, in this situation, she's present. Perhaps she is trying to warn you of something. And then you see Mikey, a light bulb kind of switch. You see the light between his eyes, like he has an idea. Nat, do you think she was warning you about Vincent? Do you think that maybe... I mean, we got here a considerable amount of time after Marcus died, right? We don't really have a read on the transformational process that these things go through when they become somebody else. And then he's going to turn to the group with this. Can we say with complete certainty that that Vincent that we just spoke to is the Vincent Moretti that I know?
Ugh. She shudders because she had not even gone there yet. Yeah.
We can't say for certain, even if they get the memories of the people they take over. Like, we don't know anything about
I would guess that they don't
Jack,
get the memories.
Bartender could be a doppelganger.
I think the reason that Marcus was asking all those questions about his past was because he wanted to be able to do a good performance.
But those aren't the kinds of questions that you get, let you make a good performance in like the day to day, you know?
Knowing where someone came from, what their past was like, how they came to own the bar that they currently own now. I mean, all of those things, I think, are what make us who we are. I mean, you just asked me about this horrible harbinger of doom, and I told you a bit of my life story.
It's
All right.
So
enough
do you
for him
think then that Caroline is warning us that he's a doppelganger?
I think that when I turned back to that man and I asked him gently about the assassination attempt in town, he seemed scared. Now, he's either scared because he thinks he could be influential. He has the hubris to think he's influential enough to be next, to be a target of something like that. Or he's scared because he had some part in the machinations around that. Or he's scared because we're on to him and he has already been taken over. And we were not speaking to Vincent already, but we don't know that man enough to know one way or the other.
And the doppelgangers seem pretty convincing, even if you do know the person. And here, at this point, once he's been asked about every single aspect of his life and his background, I don't think there's any definitive way for us to know. Above table, I'm getting a little Call of Cthulhu with it. I'm like, is there a place where we could go and research doppelgangers to learn more about them? And if perhaps there's some kind of like doppelganger fucking like purity testing we can do to see
Doppelgangers for dummies.
Yes, big that.
If there was anywhere that you could go for any sort of like information, it would be chapter houses. So that is where the wealth of knowledge of Candela is sort of divvied up all throughout the entire country, the world, all together. So if there was a place that would have information about doppelgangers, you would want to look in chapter houses.
Team, I think we head back to HQ for a bit. Maybe we take a look at what we know, get everything kind of externalized, and then potentially I think we can use like the abundance of resources at the chapter house to maybe find a book or a text or some reference, or maybe even I don't know, someone who saw one once a long time ago. I think if we're gonna learn more information, it's gonna be there.
Yeah, I mean, what I can say is when I reached out with my senses, normally if I know there's some kind of creature, I can make a connection with it. And whatever was there did not respond to the attempt. So I think, if anything, the memory of the doppelganger did connect with me when I touched Marcus's body, but I wasn't able to connect with anything in that room. So maybe that's a score in the column of not freaking out over Mr. Moretti.
Yes, we do got to entertain that it could have been just Vincent.
He could just be scared.
And the question becomes, if it didn't take over Vincent, then who did it take on next?
I like to think there's that like moment, like Danganronpa, or just like where everybody is like suspicious of another, but like
Yeah, or the creature wants to become and impersonate Vincent. He doesn't have to kill him to do that. He just has to not be in the same place as him to speak for him.
It sounds
Like,
to me
I guess I
like
gotta ask the question: to what end? Why?
Very influential.
Okay, but using that influence, I feel like we've only got part of the picture here.
Well,
It's
we
like
know-
we're pulling at a thread. and
we
need
know
to-
We know that there are some of these doppelgangers that aren't, made in the traditional way. They're made because alchemists and their desperate ploys towards transmutations configure themselves into these creatures. So perhaps there is some coven of these alchemists working together to gain control over politics in the city. I mean, we already know. I know I seem crazy because I'm focusing so hard on this assassination attempt that is somehow just fine a day later. But
it could even be that Vincent Moretti is in charge of the doppelgangers, and Marcus could have been on his trail investigating, following up on doppelgangers. He discovered it himself, asked about Vincent Moretti's family and seeing if there were any connections to like previous alchemists. We just don't know enough about Vincent Moretti or what's going on with him. And I think somebody needs to watch him, whether he's a doppelganger or not. I think something is going to happen around this man, and I want to be there to find out.
But can we leave any one of us unattended, alone? I mean, we discussed this, especially with something on the loose that can turn into a near perfect facsimile of any of us. I mean, I like your idea. I do think that maybe somebody should watch him, but like, can we afford for any of us to do anything alone? Would that not kind of sever a little bit of trust? I want to make sure we're all on the level here.
what about your friend at the bar? Could he not be paid to tell us if anything changes around here while we're doing our research?
I don't know, Callum. Could he be? He's gonna smile over at Callum.
I missed like the first part of what.
The
Of what
idea
Nick
is like,
said.
instead of leaving somebody from our team here to watch him, should we pay somebody that we have a relationship with a little bit, like the guy behind the bar, to let us, like, send us a text, quote unquote, an old timey text?
Yeah.
We can give him the 11, the 10, the 9. Those. You can keep us in the loop.
I think someone of his stature would be happy to be tipped for exemplary service.
Right. So, team, how do we feel about next step headquarters? We touch
Fine
home
by me.
base, review
I'd,
the resources we have available, and then maybe make an educated.
I'd love to get a look at those resources. I'd like to know, do they bleed in differently? Is there anything they transform, or are there any doctor shit? Doctor shite. That's what I want to look into.
I love that.
I'm all for getting more information. I think that's a great idea, but I don't think we need 5 people to comb the books.
What if Callum, you're a doctor. Do you think you could get access to the hospital where the politician is receiving care and get a look for yourself?
Could I, above table, could I forge some like hospital identification so that Callum can like go and investigate the hospital without like the.
Yeah, I guess we never really
You can give it a shot.
Is Callum just now a doctor? Is he going through his rounds?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
I don't know, like the way that we had that Mika and I discussed it is that like the older brother, was supposed to go to med school, lied about going to med school, and decided to crime instead. And then Callum actually did go to med school, so he's kind of my perfect little brother, which makes it interesting that he now, after becoming a doctor, is interested in walking on the other side of the fence and seeing what it's like to crime the crime. So I'd like to think that maybe I imagine he's been a doctor for a little bit, but what do you think, Mika?
Actually, okay, no, if I remember correctly, I remember when I first created the character, the idea was that he had just lost his license, so he's a back alley doctor.
Oh, I like that. Yeah. Okay. But you at least know enough to go in and to blend in with the other doctors. I'm thinking if I use my papers here, I could forge you an identity. You could go in, blend in, get the information. I feel like that's relatively harmless. But again, I want to get group
I know
consensus.
people.
Okay, sweet. Do I need to roll to forge the papers?
Yes, this will be a control roll.
Control.
And I can.
I will
let me see if I can
say,
assist you with that.
in order to, I mean, you're trying to make papers out of thin air without saying what doctors might have. So I would even say that this is going to take one away.
I was gonna say, as someone who is a doctor who probably knows people there, depending on the hospital might even work there, like I feel like I could easily assist.
Okay, then you can assist
and give a nerve point.
Okay.
Okay. So here's what I'm thinking.
Well, with Callum being there, okay, you're not making it out of nowhere, but that is an assist.
Okay. Yeah, Callum's like giving me parameters for like what I should be making.
Right.
What I am hoping is that Callum, having worked in a hospital environment for the time that he did, could simply just walk in. That he, out of pure kind of confidence, could go in, just, have the direction. Often you don't see doctors greeting every single employee as they go past. I think you could carry yourself with the air of the doctor, and hopefully the papers are just a last resort. So -1 would give me.
I will say that since Callum is there,
+1.
Since Callum is there, we're taking away that -1.
Okay. So
and then
I
I'm
have
giving
one.
you an assist with nerve.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm like, should I use like a nerve? And I think I will, right? Should I roll 3 dice? Yeah, this is important. This is like we don't want you to get your shit cracked.
Wait, hold on. What's your control?
My control's a 1. So I'm rolling 2. Ooh, do you?
So then if you aid, it's already 3.
Okay. Let's do this.
Mika, if you just roll it, you already have 3 since you're spending that nerve anyways.
Could we? Oh my god! Narratively, could we make this like baby's first forgery? Like I'm teaching him how he's gonna crime the crime.
Yeah.
Yes, love that. All right, I'm gonna give him the stuff.
I've been practicing. Let's have a little sit down with the wine. I'm a little. We've got this.
Okay, I got you, man. I feel like you've got this. I know I've seen you working on this. I'm gonna gift you, and then this is just flavor. Like, I actually bought you your own forgery papers, mate.
Love it.
Oh,
yep.
You've earned these, buddy. And he's gonna like pass him the crime kit. Like, I hope you do a bunch of shady shit with this, bro.
So, to be clear,
are you giving me a nerve then?
Right. Are you giving a drive point,
so
Mikey? You don't have to.
It's fine.
Yes.
Okay, yes. So that is 1 drive.
Or I could do my last like plan for this or whatever. I have that one left. I'll just burn that. I'll burn that.
Okay,
up.
cool.
It's free.
So then there's automatically 1 more that you get for Callum, and then Callum you have 2. Yeah. If you're spending 1, then you have 4 total.
I'm not good.
Okay, so 3.
I'm spending 1, so 4.
All right, go for it. Yeah, 4 die.
You've got us, mate.
Awesome. I got 5.
Okay. Hell yeah. You love to see it.
All right. That cost won't come in later. So, you forge a very well-looking set of documents that show, yep, Callum is indeed a licensed doctor. Callum's been there before, so it seems pretty legit. Now, with the forgery of these documents and a plan ahead of you, we are going to go to break. We will be gone for 10 minutes, and then we will be back to finish this story. So, we'll see you all
Or
in
it
10
finishes
minutes.
us.
Or just replaces you all with doppelgangers. Okay,
Oh,
bye!
no! Bye.
Welcome back, everyone. So, last we left, we had created some fake that look mostly real doctor's papers to show the license that Callum lost, but now regained.
That's my brother.
And as I understood it, you were going to the hospital to check in on the assassinated person. And then there was also a plan of the chapter house.
Yes. Right.
Okay.
May we?
Oui. So,
Très
The-
bien.
the hospital is in the Silver Slip, which is, again, the district that you were just in, because Marcus was in the Silver Slip. So, in order to go to the hospital, you pass through the Silver Slip, and as you're in this area, you begin to see like that same paper that you were seeing everywhere is now being distributed. You see people are walking with them, and you see that as you're walking through the Silver Slip, the Civil Tribune is nearby. As you continue forward, you are passing nearby people that are, let's see.
I don't like this pause. I'll tell you that much.
So,
It was the smile for me.
Totally
like the
normal.
mischievous.
totally
like,
normal.
Totally
Super normal.
people, nothing weird's happening. It's great.
Slice of life. Yes.
So, you're passing by, and you see people are just walking by. I want somebody to do a survey roll. Whoever it
Sure.
is, just somebody.
I'm good at it. I can do it.
I got us, Nat.
I want to assist. I'm going to contribute a drive to this.
Sure. I receive it. All right. I've got 2 4s and a 5. So I'll take that 5.
Okay. As you're walking by the Civil Tribune, you watch as Marcus walks out.
Good feelings gone.
Hand on gun.
And he walks away as if nothing happens.
Can we follow him?
Yeah, I want to
Yeah, I
follow
was going to say, can we trail him?
Absolutely.
Hi. Yeah.
Is that
I know
hide?
we were going to the hospital and 1,000 other things on our list, but what if that was just the BBEG and we followed it?
So,
I think
I'm just picturing our giant group like walking down the street. We all see Marcus immediate pivot.
and
I was worried
that,
about what he was doing in the Civil Tribune.
well, he was a writer there.
Oh, okay.
And that,
See, I missed that part at first, but that's interesting.
Yeah.
yeah, that's what the Civil Tribune newspaper that you got was written by Marcus and by
And
some guy named Tom.
Tom Harper.
Some fucking
Tom,
guy named
Tom
Tom.
McDude.
Some fucking
Fucking
guy. So,
Tom McDude guy.
as you see him leaving, since it was a 5, you noticed him, but he notices you following. And so as he turns down an alleyway, you begin walking towards the alleyway, not knowing that he is already sprinting.
Oh, sure.
I'm sprinting too. Once I see
Absolutely.
him catch me, I'm gunning.
Perfect. Well, more of this. So you are trying to be inconspicuous. You're following. He turns a corner. You're still following, trying not to be conspicuous. And he's already halfway down the alleyway booking it. So you start booking it into like just sprinting towards this Marcus. I will say, go ahead and do a move roll.
Well, I want to get close enough to lasso his feet.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
This is my dream for you, Dr. Anna. This is my dream.
Yes.
Can I
You
help?
rate that
Can I
too.
provide you something? I don't know.
So
What do we have?
I don't know how you can assist me in running, but
I don't
I can
either.
burn some drive. I'll burn 3
Yeah.
drive on this
Oh,
move
shit.
roll.
Incredible.
So I'm gonna roll 4.
We also have a free die and a free gilded die if you wanted that.
I hope it
While
works.
that's being
There we
rolled-
go.
I'm wondering if there was a way
That
I
is
could
a
have.
crit.
I could have.
Okay.
Heck yeah.
You know what? For a crit, I'll give you even more. All right.
Yeah.
So, it is difficult to catch up with this person. You can see that they're like elongating their legs so that they can cover up more ground as they're rushing through this alleyway. And you can see as they turn around, their face is like bubbling almost with these like rows of sharp teeth. And they turn another corner, you're right behind them. And as they're running, they run up to one of the houses and they're trying to get inside. That is when you lasso them, grabbing onto them and keeping them down. This was their destination. That is what you get for a crit. This is where they were going. And so now, in front of a bunch of people just watching, you see that you have grabbed onto this person's leg and they have fallen down in front of their door. Everybody finally catches up, but he is not going to just allow you to have caught him.
Oh, sure.
So, I will say that we should follow this up. How would you like to follow it up as you have grabbed onto him? What do you want to do now to like possibly secure this?
So
Yeah. Go ahead.
I want to like pull the lasso and like tie it to a post and like approach with my gun in the other hand
Okay.
as like the rest of the team approaches.
Okay.
Okay. Sure, where would this
I
be?
need you.
Um,
This is going to be sway because you are trying to threaten this person not to move. Please do a sway roll.
That's not something I'm good at. I'll use some of the free dice. So
Yes, we have one
Yeah.
more free
Can I-
die. Thanks to
I would like to assist also.
okay.
Okay. How?
I'm going to pull out a syringe and say, boy, if you don't listen, I might need to force you down.
I actually want to. So I want to use mind over matter. When I'm told
Okay.
to use a specific action on a roll, I can take a brain mark to use an alternative action instead.
Okay.
And so I'll take a brain mark, and instead of a sway roll, I'm going to use a strike roll as I walk up and punch him in the
Hell
face
yeah.
and say, "Stay
Oh,
down."
okay. Never mind then.
I like that. All right. Go ahead and do a strike roll. That is incredible.
Okay, I'll add a die to that.
Of course.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 d6. Okay, well, that's a 5.
Okay. I will say, as that cost, this thing changes its shape. The lasso that you have on it, it just goes directly through it. You come up and strike into it. It takes a body. It got knocked back down because you were successful, but it is now loose and out of that lasso, that hold. So, with that in mind, what is everyone else doing?
How do man. I'm gonna reach in my cool purse and pull out my silver ball.
Hell yeah.
Just in case of emergencies.
Okay.
And she's gonna run up to this thing. You know what? It's fine. She wants answers. She's just gonna while it's sort of like scrambling and changing shape, she wants to sort of stun it. So she's just gonna run up and slam the ball into the side of whatever its head is shaped as currently.
Okay. This will be a strike roll.
Yeah. You know
Do the
what?
rest of us know the history of this ball, or are we watching that just
You saw-
inexplicably?
You saw the ball before. You saw that
Okay.
this was something that.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right. There was an explanation.
Okay, so strike's not my best move. So I'll go ahead and just dump all my drive into it.
That's the way to do
One
it.
more free die from
I'll take a free die too. Why not?
Rosie. So
I want
thank
to
you,
try
Rosie,
to
for
like
donating
intimidate it.
$5.
I
As a
got
backup.
1-6.
1-6. Okay.
Yeah.
You successfully strike into this thing. It takes another body. It is immune to any bleed effects because of its nature. So you have beaten it down. It is still conscious.
Yeah.
So, after you have just basically bludgeoned this person, this shapeshifter, into the ground again, right after Anna, what is everyone else doing? Mikey, Callum, Cyril.
I want to try to threaten it to stay still. But what were you going to say, Emma?
Oh, I was going to say Cyril's more worried about the fact that Jonny mentioned people. People are still around and actively watching.
This is an
Cyril
open
is
area.
Going into
Yes.
distraction.
100% yes.
Yeah, somebody's got to do something about that.
Monologue. Monologue.
Basically, people are watching as this person is running out of an alleyway, followed by another person that lassos them, and then another 4 people that are just beating the shit out of them right in front of their own house. Like, this is very public.
So
Well,
Cyril
that's
is
why you
going
say no to drugs.
Oh my god.
That's why it's
If you say that, please do a sway roll.
Okay. Oh dear.
Can I offer backup as well? Can I like
You know
be
what?
the other actor in this, or like a support? I'll be like
You
the
don't
tree
have
in the
to
back
do
of like
this.
the.
You don't have
know
to
what?
make that statement of don't do drugs. Like, you don't have to do that. Like, it's
Oh,
totally
no,
fine. You
just-
can pick something else. I was just
really
joking.
funny.
Absolutely, it would be.
I think your skills are better suited towards dealing with this thing, Mikey, because Cyril is not good at that. I'm going to use my second auto success because
Heck yeah.
this feels very important, and I
Okay.
really don't want us to have to deal with Candela being like, why did you deal with this thing in a public space where other people can see you? So
Okay.
Smart.
I think he's going to approach them and essentially just say,
I'm so sorry, folks. Things got a little out of our designated area. You see, we're rehearsing for an upcoming fight show.
and he's just gonna plug the local theater and pretend that it's some sort of
Incredible.
fight choreography
There's
that
just-
they were practicing.
The sound
Oh, Nat, do you wanna, like, fake fight in the
background? There's just
Fucking just
horrible noises.
kicking this guy's ass, and they're like, it's for
love
the
it.
theater. It's totally fine. Okay.
In
That
in
is
my
an
head,
auto
I see
success.
like Callum, like smacks Mikey in the chest, and he turns into like brothers fighting.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well,
Big
like,
time.
Great.
Like
Love
we've
it.
I've got like Callum in the
Yes. I was like,
Okay. So, at the moment, people seem to be just like, oh, okay. You've gotten them to hold on to this facade for now. What you do after this and how it looks going forward, that is a complete different story. So, now that that was a success, what else is everyone doing?
I want to command the bruised and beat up Alex Mack looking motherfucker thing.
Oh, what a yes,
What a
that's
great
right.
pull!
That's right, millennial stand up.
Oh.
I want to like threaten it because in my mind, like Nat is just like going ham on this thing with her like pinball of like existential hell. And I want to like, bend down next to where he's at. And I'm like, mate, this could all be over if you just stop squirming. If you stop trying to run away, I can have my friend stop trying to beat your ass.
Go ahead and do a sway
I
roll.
want to try to use sway.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to put, now if I have the diamond in the corner next to the skill, that means I get to use gilded, right?
Speaking
Yes.
of Gilded,
Yeah.
as you're making that, we got a couple more donations in. Huge thank you to KJ, who gave us another $50 for an auto success. Did not
Damn.
assign it to anybody, so I'm
Incredible.
going to assume that that's in a pool. We also have another Gilded die from Polynym, so thank you so much,
Okay.
both of you, for those.
All right. So you have a gilded die and an auto success to pull from.
Yay.
So if I have the diamond next to the skill, that's okay. So I have one gilded die, and then I have the extra that I am adding from Drive.
Okay.
And then shall I have one more, just to be certain? Or not? I'm gonna use another cunning, add a drive die, give this a roll. Oh my god! I got a 6 on the gilded. Hell yeah!
Okay.
Let's go.
Like I want to screenshot this for memories.
So this like elongated body now just comes back into form. All right. You have me. Now what?
Now we talk, and I want to drag him into the building that he was trying to get into,
Yeah.
just away from
Yeah.
prying eyes.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. He
I like
has
to think
keys
that I
very
had to pull
visible on like
a gnat
his.
off of him.
Yeah, he has
Yeah.
keys on him, easy enough to see. You're able to unlock the door, and you bring him on the inside. Inside of here, it's a regular type of, actually, that's right. Anna, you didn't quite notice in the hype of everything and running after this person, but now, when you enter this house, you've seen it before. This is the house of a person that you had worked with before. This is the house of, trying to find it in our notes,
Good old Hiram.
Hiram Struth
McDaniels.
McDaniels. As of now.
Five-headed dragon.
So, this whole place looks out of sorts, dark, dusty, unlived in. You see that there's a dining table to the right, kitchen to the left, living room to the back left, and then 2 doors that are, one of them is the first one closest to you, very barely just, the other one is closed. You set him down. What can I do? Do you want money? Do you want power? I can give anything to you. I can be anyone. Just tell me what you need.
You got 10 quid.
Hold on.
Is this guy
Maybe
fucking
dangerous
serious?
to accept. No, I think that was I'm actually not sure. Do you know Hiram? Why were you coming here?
Listen, no. I know the position I'm in. I get that. I asked you a question. Do you want my help? Do you want power? Do you want money? I can be anyone you want. Get you into anywhere. I could be this guy, whoever the fuck he is.
Why?
Just let me go.
Are you a part of these alchemists that we've heard about?
Go ahead and do a read.
Okay.
Read him for filth.
Yes. Let
I will.
her know.
I can give drive to
Sure.
assist, right, Jonny?
I'll
Is that how that
Yeah,
works?
if you're looking at
Yeah.
if you're looking at him, then absolutely,
Right.
or them.
Okay.
It. This.
2
I can-
6s, baby.
Hey, that's a crit.
Ooh.
You see
This reading was fundamental.
terror on his terror on his face, because he's like,
Yeah.
First off, who the fuck are you? And second off, why the fuck do you know what I am?
Yeah.
Hmm.
She
Wait, who the
says,
fuck are you?
You don't need to know who we are. Who hired you?
What the fuck
Or
are you?
what are you trying to do?
Listen. Just let me go. All right? I'll owe you a favor. You know where I live. Okay? We can be buddy buddies here.
"Why,
Buddy,
Marcus?"
what incentive do we have exactly? Now, I was just going to ask the same thing. Well, A, what would we benefit from letting you go? Right now, we have the cards, and I would think about that. I'd reflect about that. A, B, why did you kill Marcus and try to become him?
You think you have the cards?
Well,
I'm gonna look at
half of
Nat,
it.
who's like whooping your
Alright.
ass before.
Yeah, Nat is
I think-
gonna
I think
pull
Cyril-
out her tarot cards and slam them on the table, and in doing so, she is going to do something, guys. She's gonna commune with him. I'll take another brain mark, and I will make a sense roll to open up like a private chat line in my brain. It's probably fine, right? Probably.
Hello?
Yeah.
Ring, ring.
All right, so I have to make a
Subconscious
sense
here.
roll.
Okay.
I'm gonna take another intuition. I will add in my gilded or intuition drive and add in my gilded die, so I'll be rolling 4. Holy shit! I rolled another 2 crits or another
Let's
2
fucking
6s.
go. Okay.
Give me the brain juice.
So I imagine that this is like you guys don't see this.
Yeah.
But what he sees is just this like almost anime type
Yeah.
thing where like everything around you just darkens and it's
Oh,
just
yeah.
the silhouette
It's-
of you as you reach out to its face and
Yeah.
then just connect with it as it just
She's
begins shaking.
in a way, I think what happens in her own mind, she slams down the tarot cards on the table, and there are 2 hands on the tarot cards, and it's like her and what she imagines to be her sister's hand, but she is too scared to look to the left to
Yeah,
see.
Yeah. Good.
You know, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
What do we see, Nat, as this is happening? The rest of us who don't, like, what does it look like she is like prepping to, like, what do we see?
I think you see like a wind sweep back her like red hair as the cards hit the table that is much too strong for that motion, and you see her eyes flash like a bluish green light.
Right. And
as-
Jonny, there's like a lot of novelty to the supernatural and magic in this, right? Like this is not a society in which these things are kind of interwoven into daily life.
No, actually, that was one of the follies of Old Fair, is that they made it part of everyday life, and bleed just completely took over. Like, it was
Yeah.
just magic is being used, and that causes bleed, and bleed is not good, and then it just corrupted everything in that town, and then finally it just all of a sudden flooded. So, magic being a normal thing in society hasn't ended well.
Yeah.
Just like supernatural radiation in some extent.
That is how I describe it to everyone, is that it is supernatural magic radiation. Exactly.
Mhm.
Got it.
Yeah. So she connects with this thing, and it's like all for her, like all the noise, it's the darkness is enveloping just the two of them. It's almost like in Stranger Things when she's like walking through the black water.
Yeah.
Right? Like the world kind of like connects in a tunnel vision with this creature. And she says, I am not out here to get you necessarily, but I do need to understand you because I cannot speak for what my friends will do if they cannot understand what you're about. Let me help you.
Do a sway roll. And since you crit, I will give you an additional die for this.
I accept it gladly and with hope in my heart. I've rolled some really great rolls.
While you're pulling that,
Yeah.
huge thank you to Boss Jellybean, who
I just
has
read that.
donated the $100 to
scared.
give us an NPC.
Oh boy.
So
Boss
thank you
Jelly
so
Queen.
much.
Yes.
You are indeed our Boss Jelly Queen.
Love it.
This NPC, it says evil doppel old lady Betsy. Bonus points if we get Sally the dog from the radio in the beginning. So Jonny, take that and run with it as you will.
I got number 2. I know where that's going. Yeah, no, I got it. Okay, cool. Got it. Okay.
Remind me again, what is the difference between 4 and 5?
Nothing.
Okay, then I will take my gilded roll of 4.
Great. Okay, running with the theme. You connect directly to this doppelganger, and you sort of lose yourself in it. You push a little too far. But your point is made. You can feel like this. If it didn't feel like this almost like vibration around you, you would think that it's almost like anxiety, right? Like your entire body is starting to vibrate as you reach out towards this person, and you see another hand reaching out as well. This time, it's reaching towards your hand and grabbing on. What do you do in that situation? Before I continue, when this grabs onto you.
So now I sense the two hands from my side, and then another hand is coming towards them from the opposite direction.
Correct.
Yeah, she's gonna stick with it because she feels
Stick
like
with
she's
it.
onto something. Yeah.
Let's go. Okay, cool.
Look, it is a one shot, baby.
You
Yeah,
hold
let's
onto
go.
it, and in the corner of your eye, you just see this dreadful, elongated young girl's stare. It's never in clear sight. It's just here.
Yeah.
And you hold onto it. You will take a brain. You will take a bleed.
She collapses.
No,
That's
because
my third brain. Oh no.
4.
Okay. Oh,
That
4.
is your last
Okay.
one before you do, but
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
So, as that happens, this just look of fucking terror shows up on this doppelganger's face, right?
Yeah.
They're... All right. We're just here for world domination, all right? We're here to bring it just like it was before, all right? Now, I have friends as well, and I can't speak for them. So let me help you. Leave, and we won't go after you. Stay, and I can't promise what they'll do to you.
She kind of like feels like a liquid coming from her ear. There's like blood dripping down the side of her neck as you guys watch for an inexplicable reason. And she says, like it was before. What does that mean? Where would that leave us if you left us alone?
I think you know exactly what that means. And as you're like connected to him, you see these flashes of old fare, of magic being used openly and freely, and people using them in their everyday life for any number of things, for cooking, for building, all sorts of infrastructure. That is what we need. This society nowadays, they're too soft. They're not willing to delve into what they need to.
They can't survive it.
But we can. And the Empress can.
And she disconnects from this thing and just kind of like tries to push back from the table, having received as much information as she thinks she can survive.
So, what'll it be? Are you gonna let me go? Or is that gonna be a problem?
She explains what he said.
Is there going to be a problem? They say a little bit louder, and at that, you hear, "Help! Help! Help me!" coming from the open door.
I'm going to exchange looks with the doc, who I'm standing next to in this moment.
Which
Did you do
doc?
that? Oh, that's right. No, you're my bruv, the doc.
Yeah, bruv.
Oh, all right.
Hell
Yeah, you know. Did you do that?
I'm gonna take. Is Mikey armed?
I am not, unless you count silver tongue and lots of charm.
I'm gonna take the gun from my hip and place it in your hands and
nice.
say, use it wisely. And I'm gonna approach the other dangerous situation, I think.
Okay.
Walk up towards the open door.
All right.
Gloated behind you, walking very slowly.
Incredible. So, while this is happening, what is everyone else doing?
Setting up for biopsy. I don't know.
Ooh, yeah, all right. That's a way to do it.
No.
Okay, we will come back to you then.
But maybe.
I do wonder if Callum would be like just generally fascinated by the inner like biological workings of this Alex Mack thing.
Yeah.
He'd be like, how does this work?
Oh, 100%.
I think he's got like his bag half unpacked, like kind of he's waiting for like Natalie, I guess, how all that's going to be like, what so my cutting him. What?
God, Callum's a fucking serial killer.
Yeah.
So scary.
So wild.
So good.
Not what I intended, but
Hey, here we are.
Drink
It's
wine
horror,
and cut up
everybody.
bodies.
She turns to Callum and she says, I don't know. I don't know if we could survive what they would do to us if we stood against them, but I know sure as hell no one else will survive if we don't try.
Right, so I figure then maybe we should dig into the body and see if we can find some biological things we can use to our advantage. If there are ways to tell while they're transformed how they're different physically than
Who is
we might
holding
be.
this doppelganger?
So my intention was to hand a gun to Mikey and have him guard this doppelganger.
Okay, so
Oh.
Mikey is.
It sounds like
He
Mikey
misread and
That's-
followed
that's-
you.
And so the answer I think is nobody.
Incredible.
I mean, I could go back to it.
That's fine. If that was the
mean,
intention,
if-
and if Dr. Anna was walking away, turned around, saw Mike, and said, "Stay the fuck back over there," that's totally fine.
Yeah.
We can like kind of retcon that because that's what your
What is
intention was. That's
Cyril
fine.
doing? I want to know that.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Cyril is very disturbed by this whole thing, especially with Natalie's reaction to what this thing is said. He's used to being in these creepy situations, but this has become life and death, and he's not sure if he's ready for that.
That's
So
real.
if Anna's going outside to check on the old lady who was screaming, "Help me," then he's going to use that as a breakaway point because whatever this is too much for his brain
Yeah.
to handle at the moment. So he's
Okay.
going to follow Anna outside to deal
I'm going
with
to be super American, then pointing the gun at the thing I don't understand. So I'm just stand over
Amazing.
it.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Was the scream from outside?
Scream was from inside, from that door.
Okay, that's
that
what
you
I
had-
thought.
Yeah,
From like the bed, the door that was like a jar, right?
Yeah.
the door that was ajar. Absolutely. Cyril is walking further into this
Hell.
problem. Just saying.
And as I'm walking with Cyril, I want to
Fantastic.
turn to Cyril and just say, like, I hope you're ready. Hiram was a friend of mine, and we've found some very dangerous things on our expeditions. I don't know what we'll find here.
Oh. Fantastic. Well, it can't be any worse than what's back there.
and he points over his shoulder.
Unfortunately, it could, and I'm gonna keep walking forward.
Can I, above table, ask if anybody would be upset if I just shot the doppelganger?
I handed it to you, kind of hoping you would.
Oh,
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
like just to be very clear about what the choice is, because I know it was very flowery prose, but like this guy has given us a choice. The choice is let him live, let them kill the rest of the world, but the 5 of us or 4 of us, and then, but we can be cool, I guess,
Okay.
or kill him and his
Yeah, I
friends.
think. Right,
I will
exactly. It's
also
it's like
add-
if there's something. Okay, go ahead.
I will also add that he said we won't come after you immediately either. Just
Yeah.
saying, you can elongate your life.
Um,
Probably longer than you'll ever see any sort of,
Yeah.
risks or, dangers from whatever the fuck they're
Like,
trying to do.
There's not really a question. Like we know about
Just
quote unquote the Empress, and we know that these people are replacing other people with people and wanting to like push magic further. And while
Correct.
we know Natalie loves a little bit of magic as a treat, I don't think she's really ready for that or to kill all of her friends.
And that feels like a perversion of whatever force Natalie
Yeah.
is like tuned into. It does not seem like
Not
they are
same.
the same.
Yeah, we are not same.
Yeah, I am going to do the dramatic like action movie like and I'm gonna fucking shoot this Alex Smack looking motherfucker.
Okay,
Love it
so-
so much.
please do a control roll.
Okay, and I'm going to burn nerve on this.
Okay.
If anybody
All right.
else has any spice, any flavor that they would like to throw into this, much appreciated.
I do not
Um,
have a nerve drive.
What's our
I
like?
do. What's your control?
My control's 1.
My control's 2.
Oh my god, yes,
You
yes.
you
I'm
also
gonna take
did
the
have
gun.
like 3 or 4 cups of
Suck
wine.
butt.
Just saying.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! God damn it! Okay.
It was 2. I was starting on my 3rd before we left.
Oh,
so
okay,
2.
gotcha. Okay, all right.
Okay.
I'll give it to you.
Mikey's gonna walk over to Callum, and he's got the gun, and I think like the just kind of insanity, the surrealism of the situation is like he's just grabbing his brother while holding the gun, not really like, and he's like, bruv, this I think is a defining moment for you, right? I know that you
to axe him.
Yeah, I want you to, and he's gonna gesture like they're talking about this.
I'm gonna take the gun and I'm gonna kill him.
I'm gonna hand the gun to Callum and watch this thing get shot. And I'll throw you a drive too.
Is my mic going all fucky?
A little bit,
Okay.
yeah.
Is it?
Okay.
It's a little.
Say something. Is it
crackly
fucky?
on my end?
Okay, 1 sec. Hello.
Yep.
Yes.
1 sec.
It sounds normal. Right.
Okay, now it sounds normal. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I think before you give like any speech, whatever, like as you walk over, I'm just gonna take the gun and.
You see a mix of like surprise and just pride in Mikey's face as he looks at how like Callum just shot this thing.
It's a 4.
Okay.
Jonny, before you do that,
Yes.
thank you so much.
Good.
We had 2 more donations come in. So thank you to Lisa for donating $15 for a player to gain a drive point back. That wasn't specified. So if you had anyone specific that you wanted that to go to, can you please let us know in the chat so that we can give that drive to that person? We also had Polynym donate $40 to remove a mark for Anne.
Wow.
Exact words for Anne for driving a character like it's stolen.
That's amazing.
Aw,
So much.
thanks, guys.
I love that. Oh,
That's incredible. Okay. How am I sounding? Am I good?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hell
Good.
yeah.
Okay, great. All right. What was the result of your control roll?
4.
4. I love it. You grab onto this weapon and then bring it to their head and fire. But before, as you fire, you feel this pain in your stomach.
Oh.
As you look down and you see that it had turned its hand into a sharp point
No.
and stabbed you just before. You will take 2 body.
Oof.
All right.
And maybe a few eyeballs in the tub.
Yeah, you might have to do some self-surgery, take out the
Blech.
Might have to do some
Okay,
recreational
one
autopsy.
existential at a time. Or at a
recreational
time.
self-autopsy.
So-
this is a
As that happens, we're moving over to Dr. Anna Jones and Cyril.
no.
Before we
You
move on,
open up
Jonny,
the
you are
door
still
as this is-
crackling.
Motherfucking goddamn it. All right. Let me reset my mic. I don't know, talk.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, while Jonny is resetting the mic, we did get clarification that drive point was for Natalie as well.
Thank
So,
you.
Thank you so much.
You guys are so kind. Because I have 0 nerve left, but now I have just a little. Just
Hell
a
yeah.
little to push
Yeah.
through. Thank you.
Now we'll wait as Cyril regrets his life choices.
My goodness. Are we just gonna like kill every doppelganger? Like, we don't know. So doppelgangers who were just hanging out back here, or I'm scared. I live in fear.
I mean, we're gonna live in fear either way, so.
That's true. That's or die trying. Live in fear or die trying.
How about now?
Hooray!
Yeah. All good
Okay.
for me.
Great. I'm going to turn me down, though. I see that I'm fucking loud. Okay. Oof. There we go. We did it. So, when in doubt, unplug everything and then plug it back in. So, you are walking down the stairway. As this is all happening, this clusterfuck of shooting, you open the door and you find a stairway that leads down. Dr. Anna, you know that this is the basement that Hiram would have all of his books and different sorts of finds that he would have. So as you descend this stairway, it's untouched. Nothing is here. You see a bookcase. You see really darkness in this area because there's no light source. You see a table full of old papers and manuscripts and things of old Farron. But nobody there.
And we were walking towards a scream and there's no sign of anybody.
Correct. Go ahead and do a survey roll.
Yay. I will burn my last drop for that.
Okay.
I'll also spend a drive to assist.
Okay.
Sure. Okay, there's a lot of dice and I got a 4 as the highest.
Wow, that is wild. Yeah. 3, 1,
It's a
2,
bad
4,
roll.
1.
Yikes.
Insane.
Yikes.
Okay. So, with that 4, you are able. You see behind the bookcase, there is a slight crack in the wall. You see scratch marks on the flooring, and you see that books have fallen from this bookcase as well. You also see there is a small stack of books as well that have been left on one of the tables nearby as well. But as you get closer to that crack, of course. You also see on the other side of the bookcase, as you continue to walk closer towards it, you see that there are posters. And from this angle, you're not really able to see because it's very dark.
I want to take out of my pack like a torch. Like I'm a Tomb Raider essentially.
Yes, you are.
Hell yeah.
As you take out a
I wanna
torch,
light it.
lighting through the crack, you find multiple posters of Vote Alex Mbeki. But this is a tunnel. This is a tunnel that leads down.
You ready for a walk to hell, Cyril?
Not where I expected to go, but can't turn back
And then you
now.
hear whoosh as a gunshot goes up upstairs.
Cyril looks up, eyes wide, kind of looking between the tunnel, Anna, and the stairway they just came down.
Or we could turn back around.
I think we just need to wait for them to catch up to us.
Okay.
Oh. And you see he's kind of wringing his hands a little bit as he's just following behind you. He's not going to leave you alone, knowing what these things are and what they will do. So he's sort of resigned himself to the fact that at this point it's either follow Anna or possibly get another more dangerous doppelganger coming back to them if he leaves her alone.
I wanna just like turn around for a second as you're like wringing your hands and just like take you by the shoulders and say, I've been here before. I've gotten hurt, but I've never died, and I've never lost anybody, and you're not going to be the first. You're not here alone, you're here with me. Whether we go down or we go up, I'm going to get us out of here.
Okay.
Grab something heavy and get ready.
How do I feel comforted?
You
by
find
that?
you find a mahogany club here. One of the tables is made of mahogany, and you are able to make a club out of it. There you go.
Perfect.
Fucking full circle. We nailed it. Okay.
Absolute artistry.
So, while this is happening, we return up to the first floor. The shape of this thing returns to its natural shape, in which you find this disgusting amalgamation of different faces that completely surround it, even the top. There's teeth that line each face. There's different eyeballs, like under the chin, on the shoulder. There's another arm that comes sprouting out in the torso. There's 6 different legs, all facing different ways. Every way this thing would turn, it's facing forward. This is what a doppelganger looks like, because it is dead in front of you.
Ito? Holy shit.
Yeah.
I think Mikey is distraught. He's gonna run to Callum, who's been stabbed, and as he's doing that, he's gonna like Harry turn back to Nat and be like, Nat, if you can kill this thing, I've got to take care of Callum, and he's gonna like run over to where Callum is.
I believe this thing is dead, right?
Most definitely. It is not moving.
Oh,
it has returned to its natural state. Yeah, most likely dead. Like 100% dead, I'll say.
She walks up to it like as Mikey is hurrying by, and she goes, "We'll give our regards to your empress," and just like keeps walking by.
Chet's like, one more bullet.
Yeah.
Love it.
Block.
Double tap.
Okay.
I think that Mikey, like exasperated, is gonna look to Nat. Like, Nat, you don't know any. I've seen you do amazing reality bending things.
She like gets down next to Callum and
Callum feels fine.
Yeah, Callum's okay. Yeah, and
it's like, oh.
She looks at him. She's like, "What kind of reality do you want me to bend here?"
Like, Mikey's full on crying.
Yeah.
Above table, Jonny asked us for fears, and one of mine was something happening to Callum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She grabs like both of your hands and puts them together, and she says, "You are both here. That is the most miraculous thing in this whole world."
I've also got a medicine to make it numb. That's also pretty amazing.
Still, you bloody idiot!
If you
What
could
if you
grab
had
me.
died?
Oh, give me my bag. My bag. I've got in shitty things. I've got stitches and wine that I stole from the place.
That's
I'll
my
be
brother.
fine.
What am I? If you die, you're the favorite, you asshole. What am I going to tell Mom? You're really leaving me on the vine here. For fuck's sake, never do that again. He's gonna like hug, maybe even ignoring the wound, like give Callum a big
Fine. It hurt. Boy, it hurts. It hurts. I love you too.
Oh boy. He's gonna turn to Nat and put his hand on Nat's hand. Thank you. Oh god. He's like trying to calm his breathing. Something about Nat is a calming presence.
Yeah, she just like closes her eyes and like is stroking his back just like gently, trying to, you know, take deep breaths and encourage him to do the same. She kind of double takes and looks back to the side of the room she'd been standing on when she sensed that thing next to her, and just kind of like while the two of them are with each other, she takes the ball and she rolls it into the dark corner of the room and just waits.
Okay.
Oh.
I will say, Mikey, just from that specific moment of seeing Callum like almost dying, I will say that you take a brain mark. Just from the sheer amount of stress and like, oh my God, he's gonna fucking die kind of thing.
Yeah.
Fair.
Moving to the orb that you roll out.
Yeah.
You wait for what feels like hours.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
She gets up and she says, "We can't leave him alone for too long. Who knows what they're up against down there." She like scampers across the room, reaches down,
That's
wraps it
right.
up, and puts it in her purse.
I think in like the chaos and kind of the this was like walking right up to the precipice of worst imagined trauma, and then having to tell your brain after like reaching that point of panic and anxiety that everything is okay. And I think Nat being there definitely helps, but he is very, very tense. And I think in that intensity, momentarily forgot that Cyril and Anna were there. So can we give Callum like a stim pack so that he can like get up and like come with us?
Callum has. You said you had something, Callum?
Oh, the drugs.
I mentioned, Callum's got like the drugs and stuff.
Sure. Yeah, you're feeling all right.
Yeah.
You smoke a restorative blunt and then pop back up, and we're going down the stairs.
It wasn't a serious wound. I'll say that it kind of grazed you, thankfully. So you're not like bleeding out by any means. You're not dying. You did only take 2 body marks. But after this, you are definitely going to need some medical attention and like kind of take care of it and all that stuff. You are fine for now. So you all descend down to the basement. Reading Dr. Jones and Cyril once more, and you find a tunnel with those same posters. Vote Alex and Becky. And a tunnel that just continues deeper.
All right.
I think we're deferring to Dr. Anna, right? You're the only person who's been here before.
As I am walking down this tunnel, I don't think I've been down this secret tunnel in the basement.
This is new. This is new.
Yeah.
You've never seen this.
So as I'm bringing everybody down this tunnel, I'm just saying, everyone stay tight. I haven't been down this tunnel before, but whatever's coming will be okay. Stay behind me, and she's going to keep descending.
Okay. And just so I know, you are the only one with the light source here. Correct. Incredible.
That's probably fine.
Yeah, totally fine. Not going to come in. Not going to come in. Yeah, totally good. Yeah, all
There's
good.
no reason he would ask that. That's just a random question.
Yeah. So anyways. Yes.
Thank you so much to KJ for another $20 donation, which means that we get a free reroll for one player. They've left it up to us, so that is now something that we have in the pool as well.
Amazing.
Awesome.
Okay.
I don't have a lantern, but in an effort to help detect where these things might be, I will pull out my bleed detector, which is one of the cool things I can choose to have of up to 3.
Yeah. What does your bleed detector look like?
Oh man, I don't fucking know. I feel like it should be something like a green stone, like a set of sort of like marbles that she sets in a tin. It's like self-made, and And
Like it.
because she's into crystals, because why wouldn't she
Yeah,
be?
yeah. Course.
And so she has these things in a tin. They would just like, it's very homemade. It doesn't look expensive, but it's like these polished like malachite pearl looking things in just like a tin that used to hold Altoids or mints or something like that. And they kind of like would roll in a direction when held in her hand. Yeah.
Okay. They're kind of like almost magnetically, Jesus.
Yeah.
Magnetically held in the tin until finally boom, a bleed hits.
Yeah.
And it does.
Oh.
Once you enter into this tunnel, it's not strong. You've had this happen before where a strong source of bleed slams the malachite into the side of the tin and shoots it out of your hands. But this is light. This is a light tap.
Mm-hmm.
There's blood or bleed further down this tunnel.
Yeah. We're about to be walking into a whole mess of potentially magic, which doesn't surprise me given the goals of this. I guess we'll dignify it with the term organization.
Mikey's going to look from into. Oh, go ahead, Anna.
Anna turns back to you and just nods solemnly, but as she turns, you start to see the faint glimmer of a smile as she starts to get excited as she gets closer and closer to finally having answers.
Love it.
Ooh.
Love it, love it, love it. Mikey?
Oh, Mikey's gonna, in response to Nat, look at the tin with the malachite marbles and back to her. I think without context, context clues would suggest that this is like Nat doing Nat things and getting information in a way that like the rest of us can't understand. And so he isn't even going to ask about the methodology. He's like, I trust that whatever it is on the up and up. But he is going to ask, anything else that thing telling you?
It's really just a detector. I'd need to see or to understand the presence of a phenomena to do more, but I have pushed myself today beyond what is strictly safe. I'm not saying I can't do it again, but I shouldn't just go off willy-nilly. Should wait till we need it, because I might not wake up immediately from it, whatever it is. Not that I might die, just it could be too much for me.
Well, maybe we act with some intentionality around. I don't know about the rest of you lot, but I don't want the death of Nat on my conscience for the rest of my days. That's separate from you being a lovely person.
Thank you.
I think Nat has a point. We are not exactly at tip-top shape, and Mikey's been walking with Callum, who, again, is going to live, but he is so uncharacteristically, I think that, like, Callum, this would be one of the most kind of openly affectionate experiences that these two have had, because it took him in that brief flash moment when like Callum takes the gun.
I'd say it's a different kind of affectionate.
Yeah. He's a little bit more emotionally like expressive and honest right now about like how important Mikey is, Callum is. Whereas before, I think he was there was a little bit of a coyness and like, oh yeah, my little bro, we're gonna see what you got, see how you can see what you're up to. But now there's like an earnest sincerity and his like concern for you that is got like an uncharacteristic tint to it.
Okay.
So I think we're all a little beat up.
So you continue down the tunnel. It's dark. It's quiet. You can hear soft droplets echoing throughout this stone wall floor surrounded by stone. Finally, the descent stops at an intersection with multiple splitting routes. And then, help me! You hear screeching throughout each of them, echoing off of each different wall.
How many
do you do?
passages are there?
In total, so what I imagine is like one per corner, and then one per side, and then including the one that you came from. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Which way
8 if you include the other one.
Which way do the balls point?
Hey.
That's a good question. Okay,
Nah,
I
I'm
will
in fucking clutch. Hell yeah.
I will throw a sense roll onto this as well.
Okay.
As it was light, and down here it's the bleed is very present now. There was only one way that you were going, and that's where that bleed detector was pointing. Now there are multiple ways. There are multiple different sources around you. So go ahead and do sense roll if you'd like to try and tune into it.
Oh, I do like. I'm
going to throw in an assist if that is all right with you, Nat.
I would love one. What are the stuff we have? What do we... Let's get where we're
that's
going.
Right.
We still have one free reroll, I believe.
Okay, I will not use that reroll necessarily, but I am going to take... I think 3 dice should do it. It'll be fine. And then I also get... I believe I get my gilded die on this. Okay. Cool. All right, that is a 6.
6.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible. Okay. I will say, since you are trying to connect with the bleed, you are 6. No, that is a 6. It is a full success. I won't take that.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. It's just...
You just apologize for a crit.
I don't know. I'm like, hurt me, daddy. I don't know. I'm scared.
Thematically, what I'm thinking is like, you got a 6, and I won't take that away. There is no cost.
Yeah.
As you go to each of these tunnels, you feel the one to the bottom right.
Yeah.
Is the strongest pull.
Yeah. And she like stands there in the firelight just waiting, and then you hear like the knock of the beads in the inside of the tin, and she just kind of waves in that direction for everybody to go.
Okay.
I do love the idea that we've just stopped asking questions about process with Nat, or like whatever, like arcane or like weird or like, like even if it seems like a superstition, it's just like, you know what?
Yeah.
I trust that you know what you're doing. We're just going to follow.
Well, you also notice that like her emotional state while she's kind of wrecked by this, like we've all been working together enough to where we understand that it is like she is usually an anxious being who is like nervous to do this stuff. And so the fact that we're in a situation where she can openly do it in service of what we're trying to do, there is a confidence there that doesn't often come forward.
We love a good self-actualization plot point. I'm obsessed with that. I love that.
Okay. So, as you find the way, you hear, "Help me!" Now that you are near this tunnel, you can hear it echoing through, and then as it echoes around. But then you hear this deep, ground-shaking grumble. Anna, you know what that sound is. That is some stone moving on a stone floor. Something is going on. And at that, you feel this rush of wind coming from this tunnel. And your torch goes out. I need everyone to roll a d6.
No.
All of us?
Oh, no.
That is a 2.
Why?
It is a 2.
1.
And it's just fine.
Also
Everything's
a 2.
I don't
great.
like this.
Okay.
That's also
I am sending some
six.
private messages.
Oh shit.
Remember that time when we were in session 0 and I was like, I really like doing crazy stuff until I completely, my character loses it and becomes useless, but it's helpful to the story. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Almost there. You will get your message soon.
Alrighty.
Please hold. Messages incoming.
I'm gonna get my emotional support Chardonnay. Give me.
I know.
Please do.
Need
I was
my
gonna say at
emotional
this
support
point-
dog at this point.
I know. Mine's locked out because he'll bark, but
Yeah. He really wanted us to find Sally, but
Jonny. Interesting.
Jonny, no.
Oh boy.
So, your fire goes out. What do you do?
I want to fumble to relight it.
And you do. You do.
What? Man, we should have come up with code words before we came in here. We knew this could happen.
I thought that's what Anna was going to do to Cyril right before you guys went down the tunnel because you grabbed onto him. And I
Yeah.
thought that's what you were going to say. If I am the blah, 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 you. And I was like, ooh, that's a smart. Nope. All right, let's
Nope.
go.
Nope. Nope, we're
we-
just down here now.
we forewent smarts for a touching moment, Johnny.
Yeah.
Hey, I love it. Makes this game way better.
What is a bleed containment vial?
That is a it's basically so when there's like some sort of like thing that's with bleed, you can put it inside of it
like,
and then it
suctions
contains
it.
the
Yeah,
bleed
okay, great,
inside
got
of
it,
it.
got
Yeah.
it, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I can still just use my, yeah, I'm fine. Everything's fine. I really
So-
like this inventory system though, I will say. I think it's very fun.
Yeah, it's really nice. Yeah.
I'm so stressed out. I can't even feign. I feel like my cortisol level
So
in this final act of this is so fucking high, which is it's a testament to good DMing and this amazing cast. But like, I'm so stressed right now.
I think Anna turns to the rest of the group and she just says, I'm worried somebody got swapped. It wasn't me. I have an idea. I can't guarantee it'll work. Do you trust me?
Well, if we're worried about people getting swapped,
I have
how
a
are we supposed
question.
to trust you?
Above
Yes.
table, I guess. So, you know, when I shot the doppelganger,
Yes.
I
Yep.
notice it's blood. Does it bleed the same?
Ooh.
I was also thinking if we pluck pieces of hair or like fingernail clippings or something, like would it be able to hold control over the weird body parts? It's like
That's a great
there
question.
gotta be ways to test this.
So, yes, yes, I will say it's Callum, do like some sort of, it was red. I will say that. But Callum, do a focus roll to see if you can ascertain any differences between it.
Cool.
Because they
what's our
are
list?
human after all. Focus.
Okay, I'm going to do a free dice.
Okay.
What? I'm sorry. What are we looking at
and
right now?
then-
I'm trying to.
Intuition.
So this is to tell the difference between what a doppelganger's blood looks like
Gotcha,
versus
gotcha.
what
Okay.
a human's blood looks like. They are
Understood.
human after all. They have been twisted, so there might be a
So
difference.
that's a crit. 2
Yes, let's go.
Hell,
Sorry,
yeah.
I rip everyone's ears, but that was like a very visceral reaction because I'm very invested. in
Love
the
it.
Storyline. at
2
this point.
6s, 2 5s.
Okay.
Oh,
Hell yeah!
You can
I
tell
I
that
used one
there
of the free
is-
dice on our list.
You could tell that there is a darker tint to it. It's not a lot, but you can tell. As you crit,
Yeah.
you are like the person that sniffs the bloodhound. There we go. You are the bloodhound in this case, literally.
Right.
Right. Well, we've got this. You bring out. Ooh, do I want to say this? Ooh.
Do it.
I'm having so much
Right.
fun.
I hate that I'm suspecting you guys. This is the thing. This is so fun.
I'm so concerned. Jonny, why
I
were
will
you
say-
just dancing?
Because this is what I wanted. I will say I
Wait.
cannot take credit for this. Me and Boss Jellybean have been like working together. I wrote like 90% of it, but like the last 10%, which I was stuck on every single time, I was like, hey, what about this? Every single time, fucking gold. This was one of them. I was like, yes.
Nice.
So, thank
This
you,
has
Boss
got that
Jellybean.
BJB air of quality. It's
Boss
got a
Jelly
flavor.
Queen written all
Boss
over it.
Jelly Queen.
So I
Bow
think
down to the boss jelly queen.
right away, I'm going to grab Mikey's arm.
Got
Like,
too
oi,
excited.
numbnuts. Oi, give me your arm. And then I'm going to take my
Alright.
scalpel and cut. See what the
What
blood's
the
like.
fuck? My
What the fuck? I want to make sure you're not one of the doppel thingies.
he could have just fucking asked. My God.
No, shove it.
So I'm gonna bleed for Callum.
Incredible.
I think Anna's gonna
Okay.
walk up to Cyril and be like, "I'm sorry," and try to cut your hand and put it in front of Callum too.
Yeah.
Ow.
If this is what everybody is doing, everyone will take a body mark.
Oh, I'm not doing this.
Great.
I'm doing
Whoever
something else.
does this is taking a body mark.
Oh, you know what? I have body armor. So when it says soak one body, does that mean I would just like ignore one?
Not in this case, because you
Yeah.
are
God
taking
damn
the
it.
blood.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
are
That's
getting
fair.
blood drawn.
Yeah. That's fair.
Any other
Um,
case, I would say yes.
I will let you finish your interaction. I'm so sorry I interrupted you.
Oh,
Uh,
I interrupted everyone. It wasn't you.
What is Callum
Dr.
see?
Anna, because you were going over to Cyril and cutting his
Yeah,
hand.
I didn't want to interrupt that.
Cyril just said, "Ow,"
I
so I guess
interrupted
it
that.
happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
I
Cool.
mean-
Right on. Okay.
So
Okay. So,
go ahead. Go
who
for
is
it.
doing this? Who is drawing blood?
I want to take a scalpel from Callum.
Okay.
Well, only
We're not gonna make an
after.
action. Oh, yeah, that's right.
only
Yeah,
after you've
verify.
Got the same blood for. Yeah, I'm going to verify first.
Okay. You got a crit, so you will get this. Not the doppelganger.
That's
I
right.
hand you the
America.
scalpel. Wait, take
All right.
this. Wait, you see your blood right here.
Right.
Wait, samesies. You want to look for the not samesies.
What am I looking for? How do I know it's different?
Well, it's a bit darker. It's you know, just cut
All
someone.
right. I'm gonna turn to the rest of the group and like kind of expectantly. I'm not gonna like rush up on somebody and like
Yeah.
cut them, but I am gonna expectantly like put my hand out. So, Doctor Anna, you're going to
I am
Cyril?
going to lean in into Mikey and say, "Boy, this happens again. Code word number 1. We'll only use it once. Code word number 1 is block. Code word number 2 for the second time, lemon."
Lock and I mean, love it. They're gonna do like a little like very silent fist bump that they're like
Yeah.
trying to conceal from the rest of the group.
Sure.
Actually, you know, before I like turn to the rest of the group, I'm going to extend a hand to Callum because I have to cut his hand. Am I on?
To be fair, Callum has an
Oh,
open
you know what?
wound.
That's fair. I do,
Oh, you know
yeah.
what? That's right.
So-
You're
Yeah,
bleeding
like-
all
Yeah.
over the
Blood.
place.
Blood.
All right.
Oh, you see your
so
blood.
if Dr.
my blood.
Anna is going to Cyril, I'm going to put
Yeah.
my hand out expectantly for Nat.
Nat is like,
Oh, so it says Nat's ears were bleeding.
yeah, Nat's my ear was
Earlier.
bleeding earlier. Yeah, but she kind of like looks at you and she says, "I think this is a little barbaric. I mean, I'll let you do it, I suppose, but I feel like we should be able to sense the creature, don't you?
Well, I mean,
Allow me to remind you that you are surrounded with bleed.
Yeah. Okay. All right, fucking fine. She says, and
This
hands
is
you
the
her
only
hand.
way.
Yeah.
Can I here as I'm going to take Nat's hand, I'm going to give. This is about to be one of those things where if you have a sibling, you may know what I'm talking about. Where you can have a whole conversation, nonverbal, like through an exchange of looks. I am going to look to Callum as I am taking Nat's hand, and I am going to dart my eyes toward Dr. Anna, raise my eyebrows in a specific way, in a way that communicates that I am kind of non-verbally highlighting this person.
Yeah.
And then in a snap, I'm going to turn back to Nat. And Nat, where would you like me to, on the hand, on the, you choose. Dealer's choice.
She says that the hand is fine.
All right, I am going to cut Nat's hand.
All right. Take a body, yaddy.
Callum.
Mm-hmm.
Not the doppelganger.
I breathe a sigh of relief with Nat's hand, and I'm going to put my hand on top of theirs.
I'm going to lean into Anne and to Natalie, and say what I said to Mikey. Just boy, first strike forward. Only use it once. Block. Second one after the first one's used. If it's used by someone else, lemon.
Roger.
I think.
Okay.
I imagine, like in the film of this, the three of us turn simultaneously.
Yeah, to the two of them.
Cyril and
Well,
Anna.
here's the thing.
Yeah.
Cyril is already bleeding. He's just been standing there the whole time, holding out his bleeding hand, being like, was there a point for this?
Yeah.
Oh
And
no.
Yeah. She takes the ball out and she says, Dr. Anna, catch. Because she knows it won't affect a doppelganger.
This is how you survive a horror film, is with common sense. Love that. Hell yeah.
Anna sees the ball coming,
Mm-hmm.
and you see a flash of recognition cross her face as she catches it and grits her teeth.
Can I do a read to know if... Oh, go ahead.
As Jonny tells me what happens.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You know what? I want a sway roll from Dr. Anna.
Mm-hmm.
And I want a read roll by Nat.
Ah! All right. All right. I'm going to add just like a little juice since I got to replenish some of my juice earlier.
Oh my God, my brain is so slow. Why did I just realize that Caroline is a poltergeist reference? I just put that together.
Listen.
Sorry, ADHD moment.
I got 2 6s, baby.
Oh my God!
Incredible. Okay. The reaction is genuine, not the doppelganger.
Okay. She looks
And at the
almost
same time,
disappointed. She's like,
Callum.
so smart. No.
You looked over at Cyril's hand. Also not the doppelganger. Seems that you are all checked out for now.
Oh my God, Jonny.
I'm gonna tell. I'm
oh
gonna
my
whisper
God.
to each of them the same thing, like, well, all right, safe words. We have 2 of them for now. Block's the first one. After that one's used, we switch to lemon.
So
that was TTRPG Saw right there. You turning us like against each other. Like,
did I take a mark for the ball?
Yes, you did. You took a bleed mark.
Sorry, bud.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Everyone took a mark. Everyone
she's
took
like
a mark.
still holding it, and she walks up to Nat,
Yeah.
passes it back, and just says, "Gotta do what you gotta do, right?"
I'm sorry. And she'll like carefully take it and put it in her purse again.
You've got nothing to apologize for.
I'm just glad to see an old friend.
Maybe this would be a brief moment for us all to have some gratitude. And nobody in this circle is a fucking doppelganger. And I feel like that's worth victory. At least worth acknowledgement.
Yeah, but we're
You know what?
surrounded
Fuck
by
it. He's going to go for the group hug. He's going to, bring it in. Say, get in there.
And then Callum, like, is going to kind of whisper real quick, like, wait, third word, just in case we need it. Third word, banana.
Got it. All right.
Got it.
Incredible. All right. So I'm assuming you gather yourselves walking down the tunnel in which you had seen the most bleed.
Yes.
All the while hearing, "Help me, please," coming from down the tunnel. This tunnel finally leads out of a side wall of a grand chamber. You see there are large stone pillars here. Let me move this over. Yeah. There is large stone pillars here that are carved into the visage of different people holding the weight of the pillars above them. Each person has a different face, different body shape. On one side of the chamber, you see is a collapsed part of whatever this chamber had gone to. No telling what continues on. On the other side, you find those pillars, the hall leading for a couple hundred feet before reaching a large double doorway that is now just slightly ajar. You also hear the voice again as you see this a pit bull poodle mix walking around, and you see the mouth opening.
No, how dare you do this?
Help me, please! As it walks around. However, one thing you do notice. There are no eyes.
Why would there be?
So.
God damn it.
I hate it here.
I love it here.
You perverted Salvia!
I
A
love
dog
horror.
I've never met, but I care deeply about.
I mean,
I didn't
it
do
is-
this. I had a different no. There was something completely different, and it was even more fucked up. Don't like.
Okay.
God.
Still might be time. Just get.
Oh, God.
Boss Jelly Queen did this.
Boss Jelly Queen. It's
I can't even be mad. It's the psychological horror of it. I have to acknowledge this. That moment of one of us as a doppelganger stands distinct in my TTRPG experiences, because like I have come to have some affection for these characters in this small amount of time, and thinking that one of us might betray the others, or that we might have to shoot one of us is
Listen,
I've never experienced something that was very stressful. I loved
Same
it.
message to all of you. You are not the doppelganger, and I just waited for fucking chaos. I just dropped the mic and watched. Like, so good.
Amazing. All right.
So, what are you doing
And this creepy dog is the only thing that's in this room.
currently? And it looks like it's just walking. You can see it.
It's like that bear from Annihilation.
There you go.
Mm.
That is definitely my
God, I love that movie.
inspiration. There it is.
Someone please tell me I don't have to hit the dog.
You see
As
it.
Cyril clutches the club.
You
That
see it
ain't
looks
no
towards
dog,
you.
Cyril.
As you say that, it looks towards your position.
Oh fuck.
Hi.
Where's your empress? Your empress? What's that word? Where's your empress?
All right. You see as the fur begins to warble, as it turns into this giant creature. You see it's growing in size. You see these spikes beginning to grow on its back, the face turning into something that looks canine in nature, but yet still no eyes, holes on the side of its head, and just rows and rows of sharp teeth, almost like a shark. Or have you seen that Fallout? Like the oxalotl of just like the rows of teeth, rows of them. They're all tiny.
No.
You see these arms growing, ending in human hands as it starts to slowly creep onto where you are.
It doesn't seem.
Which of us
interested in
has the
talking.
gun? Is my immediate first question.
Oh, I think I still do.
Callum still got it.
Callum. I'm going to try to get the gun, but you're going to say something, Dr. Jones.
Oh, all I was saying is I don't think it's interested in talking.
I'm going to take the gun from Callum and I'm going to close one
better
eye
shot.
and take the shot.
Okay, you're going for the shot. Go ahead and do a control roll then.
I want to help by putting the fire in the face.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so give me one moment.
Aetherius, I think
here.
you still have the free die.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so free die. Whoever gave that to me, you are amazing, and I wish you nothing but happiness and joy in this life. Thank you.
But
friend.
I wish you nothing but the opposite of whatever this feels like.
Exactly. Thank you.
We love it here, but it's terrible.
This is what I
moment of
live for.
reprieve.
God, I love it so much.
Psychological horror.
So fun.
Okay, so I have my dice, the free dice, and then a help dice, correct?
Incredible.
Here we fucking go. Here, let's roll.
Oh.
The highest I got is a 4.
Okay. You shoot,
So,
it makes contact, but immediately it's triggered by that sound and it pounces onto you and it bites into your shoulder. These tiny little teeth, razor sharp, are shredding your skin.
Oh,
You take a
immediately
body.
I'm like, oi, like, fuck you are. Then I'm going to take my scalpel and stab it in the eye.
Incredible. Please do a strike roll.
out of
Oh,
character,
God,
I'm going to
nothing
say,
is
Cyril,
right.
if you still have that bat, if that bat is still something
bat is still there.
possession.
I love how you're like, caw, the bat, caw.
I'm so
as soon as
sorry. I
Callum's
hope none of you
done,
have
he's going
anything with
for it.
eyes. I'm so sorry. I didn't think about that.
Johnny, as the creature is about to bite into him, I want to shove Mikey out of the way, who has the gun, and I don't want him injured, and take the bite instead, using behind me.
Yes, I love it. All right,
Okay.
cool. All right, so Mikey does not take that body. Instead, you see as Dr. Anna just gets pummeled by this thing,
Damn.
throwing you to the side. Incredible. I love it.
Boy. Okay, in that case, I'm going to grab the gun from Mikey.
Okay.
Boy, I'm a better shot, and then take aim and fire, and I'm going to
Okay.
use one of my drives, so that gives me 3 dice.
Okay.
The stakes escalated in such a dramatic way.
It was just a puppy.
So it's 2 5s.
2
and a
5s.
one.
Okay.
Okay.
I will give you a choice.
I don't love that.
Either this shot goes through and hits Dr. Anna in the leg, or it turns and bites into you and you get pummeled. What do you want to do?
Where
Anna's
are you
swinging
at,
from the ground.
Doctor?
Take the shot. Take the shot.
Okay.
Taking the shot.
Okay. Anna, you take another 2 body marks because of a bullet entering your body.
Okay. Everybody rack your character sheet for some.
You are still up
preventative
because you
measure.
only have 3 body, correct?
Yes.
Oh, I think.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I try to avoid it?
How would you do so? Do you have
I
like an
wanna
ability or something?
So it requires a roll, but I would get an
Okay.
automatic full success if you let me roll, and then I'll tell you what happens. I can tell you what ability it is.
Okay. Go ahead and tell me the ability.
I messaged it to you.
Okay. Okay.
The fucking suspense of this.
I love that at many points during this session, we have each taken a turn in the like DM support chair.
Yeah, right.
Like we're helping. It's horrible.
We've all also got fucked up. You know, actually, I don't think I have. I think that like Dr. Anna kind of took the hit from me. I don't know that I've been attacked outside of that.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, aside from Cyril getting cut to make sure he wasn't a doppelganger, I don't think he's suffered too much.
And I got some brain damage, but other than that, I'm fine.
So some light brain damage.
I just got stabbed in the gut. It's fine.
1 second. Let me look this up.
Oh my gosh, I'm
No worries.
so anxiety.
Oh,
I feel like I should have taken that damage retroactively. I wish I would have like not allowed the doc to push me out of the way and just taken
We
it.
couldn't have known. We couldn't have known. That's how it works, right? Like we make our best
enough.
choices in the moment.
it's okay. As soon as this is done, Cyril will go in with the bat, and
okay.
hopefully that'll at least help.
Absolutely, you can use it here.
Okay. So, what happens is, she tries to crawl out of the way, but all she does is she turns and puts the other leg in the place of the incoming bullet. And you see as it enters her leg and tears through the cloth of her pants, you see like a lightning strike of black along her leg as it hits her in a place where she had already taken a scar on a previous expedition. And that tissue can't be more damaged. This is not again where once per assignment I can have taken a scar for an automatic full success and tell you how I got that scar.
Oh, that's
was
cool.
Running
That's fucking rad as shit. Hell yeah.
at the end of an expedition after having just stolen an obsidian black cube as a wave of void-like water caught up to me and caught just one leg. And she's gotten very good at making it look like she doesn't have a limp.
Love it. Fucking love it. All right, so you do, in mechanic terms, take that scar. However, you do not take any body. The 2 body marks go into this thing. We are at a standstill at this moment. I will give you, Dr. Anna, you are out from its grip. You are no longer underneath it because of what happened. So, this thing is now looking for a target to attack. What is everybody doing?
Well, I guess Cyril's gonna give it a target because he's coming in swinging with the bat.
Yeah.
Amazing. Let's see it. Do a
Handle
strike roll,
business,
please.
Cyril.
Okay, let's
Yes.
see. I am not good with strike, so I may have to spend a drive or 2 here if I have
you
any.
Probably have some free rolls as well.
I think you still have an auto success.
No,
do.
I used both auto successes.
Wasn't there a third one though?
No, there
Yeah.
were
Pretty,
2.
I'm pretty sure
I
there was
thought
another
a third one.
No, I'm pretty sure there was a third one. Me as the GM,
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay, you have 3 successes.
Oh,
and that
there
was
was
in
a
my
general. There was a general one that was given. Sort
Exactly,
of,
to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay.
feel free to use it here if you'd like.
I don't think it's a bad idea.
Yeah, I think of our list, we've got 1 auto success left and 1 gilded dice left. Gilded
And-
die.
Chat can always help us out more. You don't know.
Sure.
They're not going to send us more stuff to support the channel if we don't use it.
Exactly. I mean, think about it. You can both help us make sure these beloved characters don't die and support tabletop.
Don't get voted off Survivor with an idol in your pocket. These are the rules. I don't make them.
I don't want to use all the auto successes though.
Okay.
I will steal one of the gilded dice.
The entire party is okay with it, so it is up to you.
Yeah, take the auto success.
Beat the shit out of this thing with this bat.
Roll the
please.
dice.
Okay.
All right, I'm taking the auto success.
All right. Fantastic. So, with this auto success, as it's looking towards the person that's shot, tell me how Cyril does this.
Okay. I think as Cyril is watching this chaos, he doesn't like to fight and he doesn't like getting caught up in this. He usually lets everyone else do it. But watching his friends get hurt like this, he's kind of at a moment where he's like, it's either I step in or everyone else gets really hurt. And I can't let that happen anymore. He raises the club and just with this battle cry, just and charges in and just smacks this thing straight into its jaw.
Incredible. So as you let out the battle cry and it looks towards you, it just slams into the top of it. It crushes the top, and just from like the sheer force of like this giant club that you're holding, it slams into the ground as well, breaking the jaw too. It collapses in on itself. And that slam echoes through the cave, but now it's quiet. You have a slightly ajar 2 stone doors ahead of you.
Oh, there's more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is where this thing came from. There has to be a source.
I'm stunned in silence from seeing Cyril. That like primal and violent and like the juxtaposition of like the kind of a lovable short king that we know and love, and Cyril, like seeing them go like full beast mode is a little disconcerting. I don't know, like when you have your quiet friend, you see them go off for the first time and you have to like reconcile this new version of them with like the quiet version that you know. So Mikey's gonna look to Cyril and is gonna say, "You got a little bit of fire in you, man. I see you."
I think Cyril had just been staring at this thing in disbelief that he did that. And he kind of looks up at Mikey and smiles and says,
Well, we aren't out of the woods yet, so let's get there first. Then we can talk about how much fight I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you begin to approach the double doors. This almost cavern has a few beams of light that show inside of it a narrow chamber that are lined with dozens and dozens of sarcophagi. Each of them, the face on the outside of them are of people with smoothed out faces, only slight features. And the hall leads down to a singular opened sarcophagus where you see 2 people standing. Both the same person. Alex and Becky. Please kill him. He's kept me here for weeks. No! He's the one that you need to kill. I've been in this disgusting sarcophagus for weeks. And they continue yelling back and forth. And you have your final decision.
I need you both to bleed for me.
What the fuck do you mean?
Oh, it's simple. You just bleed. Oi, shut the fuck up.
Are you here to help us?
Oi. Oh, wait, so, hold him. Hold him. I'll cut him.
Listen
She
to my boy
throws the
Callum
ball.
here. Yeah.
She throws the
Yeah.
ball. Catch.
You throw the ball at one of them, and I throw a knife at the other. Just like
Amazing.
into their hand.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Nat, roll. I think this would be no, is this a strike roll?
It was a strike last time, but I think that's when I had it in my hand and I was just bludgeoning a man in the head. So
I think this. I'm gonna go
It happens.
with control. Because
that's
this
fine.
is
It's
throwing.
both the same. I'm gonna
Okay.
roll one die.
Okay, great.
Unless we have any
can
additional ones.
I want to somehow, if there's a way, if I can just like, I want to give you a drive somehow. Be like,
Sure.
oh, could you just like, throw it right there?
Yeah.
Even if it's just the command, like
It's got to be more than throw it right there.
Damn it.
It's got to be
Wait,
more than
it's like
that.
verbal VATS, where it's like he's like, this is the place you
The
should throw it at for like
verbal
the yes.
All right.
Right here.
So
Not
remind me, if I
60%
don't
chance.
if I don't have a mark in something, I can roll one die, or no?
So if you
You
don't have
can't make
a
it.
circle in it, is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
Yeah,
It is 2 die, you take the lowest.
and you take the lowest. Okay, but if I burn a nerve, then what?
If you burn a nerve drive, then you roll 1, and then that's the result.
Okay, then that's what we'll do, and it's probably fine. Do we have any additional things I can stank on? We still have like one reroll, right?
I think you have one die.
gilded
as well.
die. One
And then
gilded
One
that's it.
gilded die. Okay.
One gilded die and one reroll, yes.
All right.
Reroll.
Okay. So if I look around and find out. Okay, it's a 4.
A 4. Okay.
Yeah. I'll leave that reroll for somebody else who needs to punch.
It's good to have like a last line of defense, because if anybody in this campaign died or this one shot died,
Yeah.
I don't know that I would emotionally recover for it without like a mourning period. So let's just like save a last line
As
of
a treat.
defense. Yeah.
I am going to be rolling a move roll as the cost of this.
Okay.
So it is a success, but it has a cost. If I roll, we'll say higher than a 4. If I get a 5 or a 6,
Yeah.
it doesn't connect.
Okay.
Okay. And I will put it
But
in.
don't. But,
But
don't roll
Of course.
higher. What'd you roll?
That is a 5.
Damn it.
So as you throw it,
Yeah.
it like hits off of the shoulder,
Yeah.
but like doesn't seem to do anything.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Kill him, please.
Well, you didn't catch it, goddammit.
What the fuck is that? I don't know.
Gaslight.
Now, moving over to Dr. Anna Jones. Please do a control roll.
Oh,
Okay,
shit.
I'm gonna burn my last drive for that.
Okay.
It's a 5.
Okay. Being a knife, this is a little quicker than a bludgeoning orb that's getting thrown out. So,
I get so nervous when you do these pauses, Johnny, because I know
gosh.
it's only nefarious in nature.
it stabs into this person. Callum,
Mm-hmm.
you notice that the blood is darker. And this person grabs the knife and goes up directly behind Alex and Becky. You can leave, or you can lose the only person that can save you from your fucking corrupt premier. Your choice.
Well, aren't you just gonna
My
kill
gut
him
reaction
anyways?
is to just shoot.
Go for it.
Can I ask above table, what are the policies of Alex? What's his name? Give us some context. Like, what's his
I feel like
deal
Callum just
first?
doesn't like. Callum's just gonna shoot.
Okay. All right.
Let me control. I'm gonna use my last nerve for 3 dice.
I'm gonna throw you a nerve too. I'm gonna use my last nerve.
How?
What
How
are
are you aiding?
policies?
Mikey,
Oh God.
you need
I'm
to
like,
be
you've got
aiding.
us, bruv.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Maybe like distract him.
Yeah,
somehow?
distract. Yeah.
Oi, dickhead, over here! And I'm gonna like take my mantids out. I'm gonna take my nipples out, and I am shaking them
I don't
just to
know.
distract. I'm like,
Please,
when in doubt.
this is going to depend on a roll. I will give you it if it's a 4, 5, or 6. I will give you
To
the
take
aid,
my
and you
tits
can
out, I have to do a roll.
listen. I'm a doppelganger. I don't
gets
give a
caught.
fuck about your. Okay,
Yeah.
roll
That's
1d6, or like a sway roll. Sway roll. Sorry, whatever
Okay.
your thing in there is.
I'm gonna use a cunning on that, which would give me
Roll
2
to flash.
dice. Okay, let's do this.
God. I'm so anxieties.
Oh, I got a 6.
Heck yeah.
Okay.
Flash
A 5 and a
dance,
6.
baby.
That's right.
Okay, so
He's a maniac.
Callum, Mika, tell me it doesn't look happy.
No, that's 2 1s and 2 2s. Reroll. We've got some
Yes,
reroll.
yes,
Reroll.
yes,
Reroll,
yes.
reroll.
What did I
Yeah.
say? You know what? That's right. Yeah, what do I get,
Crit.
Johnny,
2
for a 6 with
6s.
my tits?
you got the ability
Yes.
to go and help. That's what you got.
Yeah.
However,
Okay.
that is, I am pretty sure that's like the 3rd last roll of the night that ended in crits. Like ended everything. This is how you end it. Crit and done. Oh man.
Thank you and good
if
night.
If you rolled a 4 or a fucking 5, Alex would have been fucking dead.
No.
Okay with that. I'm just like, but just IRL, Mika is just so done with politics. I wouldn't have, honestly, I wouldn't,
Kill them both.
I didn't care that much that I got
Yeah.
like,
Sure.
the
Sure,
2
sure, sure.
ones, the 2 2s. Wouldn't have cared all that much. Like I'm happy I did get the crit and like whatever, but also
Save the day.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that. If it was one of us,
Cal-
tension
Callum's
would be
being
way
like that.
higher. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He was over it. Callum was just so fucking over it
Yeah.
at this point. He wants to
Okay.
study these bodies.
That's all he was thinking. That's all that's pushing him through this whole thing.
I'm
So
gonna cut you so good later.
you
There's
see,
like a red flag here that Mikey is gonna compartmentalize in his brother. He's getting like a real serial killer, but he's just gonna like pack that up in a little box and
This
put
was-
it in the back of his
this wasn't-
brain.
This was not how I was going to play Callum tonight, and then it just kind of happened.
It just happens.
happens.
Sometimes it
So-
do.
Just organic serial
Exactly.
killer energy.
Callum was just going to be one whole idiot. That was
You
going to
do be
Callum.
like that.
and now he's just one whole fucking murderer. Great, we
Yes.
love it. So all of this happens at once. Mikey, you rush off to the side, away from Callum, so that you can get the attention. And as that happens, the doppelganger looks over confused, like, what the fuck? Alex pushes as much as he can off of this doppelganger. It's not a lot, but it's enough to where right when that shot echoes through this entire hall, it goes directly through the eyes. And it falls down to the ground. As it's falling, just shifting back into something that is disgusting. It lands down, the sound of its body slamming into the ground echoes. And then there's quiet. Before you hear, "Ah!
Callum,
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!" As Alex is freaking the fuck out.
Yeah.
But
Callum's going to say, "Oi, shut the fuck up," and then he's going to fall to his knees and throw up.
Yeah.
of course.
Oh, like it hurts. Oh, it hurts. The stabbing, it really does hurt.
So-
Someone give me my bag.
Let us tie this up on a bow right now, just in case. if anybody has anything that's like super important, that's fine. It is open. However, it is also 1 a.m. for some folks.
Yeah.
So, if you will allow me,
Mm-hmm.
you bring Alex and Becky back up. You bring him to your chapter house. You nurse him back to health. But as you're walking out of this hall, the only thing that you can see is rows and rows and rows of something that you can only imagine to be other doppelgangers.
Mm.
This city is filled with them. And it is going to take a long time to root them out. But for today, you are all alive. Though one more scar, and you're able to save a person, a influential person nonetheless, but you were able to save someone, which is what Candela is here for. At the end of the day, you've solved this murder series. You have found justice for Marcus, and you've killed 2 doppelgangers. So, if you guys want, let's check out the illumination keys. All right.
Yeah.
So, let's go to not manage character. It is a character sheet or circle sheet. That's the one. So, did you destroy or contain a source of bleed? Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
Mika did.
It's true.
Yeah.
Did you provide
Hell
comfort
yeah.
or support for those affected? Absolutely. Alex was saved. Did you bring something of importance back for Candela to study? Mika
Sort
did.
of.
Yes.
I was gonna say, yeah, Callum has an entire bag
Discuss
full of
that?
things.
Yep.
Yes.
Arts and stuff.
And now, these are the individual illumination keys. So, we're going to go around the table and you tell me if you fulfilled at least one of your illumination keys. So, Cyril, did you fulfill one of your 3?
Let me find where those are. Sorry. Sheet settings,
Okay.
you said?
It's probably at the very bottom. Yeah, the very bottom of
If
your
you're in
character
dimming
sheet.
plane, it's at like the super top above intuition.
I don't know. Would you say I spotted a ruse or
Let's see.
because my 3 are perform a trick, spot a ruse, seek out real magic.
You tricked a whole crowd of people.
You
Yeah.
did do
You
that.
did.
You did.
And you did seek out real magic. I would say
Yeah.
the doppelgangers
Oh,
are
absolutely. Oh, 100%.
fundamentally a little
So,
magical.
That is
Yeah.
2. So yes,
Okay.
you fulfilled at least one is all you need.
Yeah.
We'll go over to Anne.
Who's Anne? I'm only Natalie. From
Nat, of
here
course.
on out.
Sorry.
Only
No, it's
Nat.
okay. I have done all 3, I believe. I've connected with somebody because I connected not only with our doppelganger friend, but
Oh,
also
yeah.
with Moretti. And I sensed so many a phenomena, and I made a scene with public bludgeoning.
Incredible.
So I
Yes,
will
you
take
did.
any and all bonuses available
Great.
to me.
All right, we'll
I
move
also
on
want
to
to say, like,
Andie.
both Nat and Mikey calmed the other down at one point, and that's a beautiful, healthy friendship.
beautiful.
Right
Beautiful.
Mhm.
I loved
Andie.
it.
So I don't think I studied an artifact. I'm not sure that I discussed history, but I did do a lot of running into danger.
Yes, you did. That was the one that I knew for a fact. Like when, yes, 100%. So yes, you got that. Move on to Aetherius. Or sorry, Mikey.
Thank you, Mikey. I did something illegal for sure.
That's very
helping,
start of
like
it.
Callum Seal, etc. And then I'm gonna say that I made a deal because in my the retrospective with Anne or with Nat, we did a thing where we both kind of exchange.
Yeah.
You know, like I'll introduce you to these dumb rich people if you
Yep.
help me with this. So, but I did not stand up to authority. I don't think. I think we
That's
had any
okay.
authority.
You don't need to
figures.
hit
So-
every single one of them. There's no bonus of getting all 3. So you hit at least one, so you're good. And now, Callum, did you hit any of yours?
Yes, 2 of them. Avoid a fight. Definitely did not avoid a fight. But I aided an ally, and I feel like I covered it, Mikey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Oh,
You
100%.
definitely
100%.
did.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
when you got like a scratch and he's like, "Oh my god, please don't die." Yes, very much.
I forgot. On your way out, you found a lost dog that was also a mix between a poodle and a pit bull. You found the missing dog, and you were able to send that right back to the Martinez family.
Circle Pad
It's all
team.
worth it. There you go,
We
y'all.
like collaboratively adopt this dog as like our
mascot.
Candela Scooby-Doo for the win.
Circle of Dust and Sally. Okay.
With
Oh my god!
all of that, we are going to close tonight's Candela Obscura session. But we're going to go around the table first to introduce everybody. I'll end with Emma, so I'll start with myself. I am Jonny. I GM this Candela story. And I also, we're probably going to write and publish this to completion. Actually, Andie is one of the 3 writers that we have on our little team of Candela writers. So we're also working on another one right now. Boss Jellybean is the other one. So thank you to Boss Jellybean so much for letting me, pick your brain and help me through those writing block moments. It was great. I run TalkingXP, or at least I did until Mika took over. It is now Lemon XP. But not really. It's at TalkingXP. That's me. I run Ravenloft Misfits, which is a Curse of Strahd actual play on Mondays. We just had an episode last night. It was fucking fantastic. So it was last week's. It's incredible. You should check it out. And I also teach you how to play Candela. So check out my YouTube page. I have an entire series on that, so you can learn how to play. And there's also other actual plays of Candela that I've run. And we've also published, me and Andie, The Bleeding Edge, which is also another Candela thing that you could purchase on DriveThruRPG. It is only $3, and Darrington Press themselves said that it was a beautiful piece of work. So, I'll leave it at that. I'll move it on over to none other than Andie.
I'm Andie Margolski. I'm at Margomods Games everywhere. As Jonny pointed out, I do some Candela Obscura writing. I came into this totally blind and it was phenomenal. Apparently, I dropped the idea of Among Us, but in Candela Obscura after they already had this idea. So I was already here and I didn't even know it.
I shit you not. I shit you not. This Sunday, 2 days ago, we have our like weekly meeting of talking about like the things that we're going to be writing, how we're going to revise things and all of that stuff. And we were like talking about, you could run Candela in so many different ways. And then Andie goes, you could do it like Among Us. And I was like,
Hello?
yeah, you could. You totally could. Totally
Basically,
written this
we
whole
had
thing
Andie
out.
to thank.
I literally named this.
So distinctive.
I just called it after the fact. So
I named this Among Us too. Just throwing it out there.
Oh my god. Yeah, so our little brain trust, we're definitely very much on the same page on a lot of things. We published one adventure already, and we'll make a bunch more. We have in our plans
so many one-shots.
7 one-shots, and then probably another set of 7 one-shots that are combining sort of dungeon crawls with the Candela Obscura mystery to live my Tomb Raider dream.
Yay!
I also do a lot of D&D writing. I am publishing my 3rd book come sort of July. I'm launching a Kickstarter. Please check out Murders at Lurlock Manor and help me get off the ground as a TTRPG writer. That's me.
It's going to go live in August, just so y'all know. So when you get to Gen Con, we're going to be meeting all you, and we're going to give you a URL code so that you can just fucking get it there. Anyways, all right, we're going to move on to Aetherius.
Oh my God. Hi. Hello, folks. My name is Aetherius Bordeaux. I'm known around the internet as Vampire Himbo. You can find me as at Vampire Himbo on Instagram and Threads, which are really the only 2 socials that I use. And then if you want to, well, I'll throw Twitch in there too. You can follow me at Vampire_Himbo on Twitch and TikTok. I have been doing a lot more actual play acting and character writing. I think one of the you can find me on the Magic Academy RPG channel every other Wednesday for a campaign called Of Witches and Wilds. If you had fun there I play a swashbuckling rogue, which has been super fun to steal everything that is not nailed down. You can also catch me, of course, in Philly by Night over on the Ain't Got Crit channel. You can also find another. I think you're above me. Yeah, this one right here is also in Philly by Night. I play Jean-Pierre on that. And then I do have a podcast coming out actually on the Table Talk Tail Spinners Network. I'm going to be, doing it is so cool. It is Buffy and X-Files inspired. It takes place in this very weird small town in the 1990s. And I will be playing Marcus McCoy, a conspiracy theorist and pirate radio host in that. So if any of that sounds like your brand of strawberry jam, you can check me. Oh my God. And then finally, sorry, this just happened. And this is my last thing. I just started doing public relations work for folks, exclusively smaller creators. I only want to work with indie channels and smaller creators. I've had a great opportunity to do some PR work for some big projects like Castleton and other things. And I want to kind of use that skill set that I've used elsewhere to help creators grow and find their brands and all of that good stuff. So you can find me on Threads if you want more information about that. But yeah,
Amazing.
Thank you so much. Shout out to Boss Jelly Queen. Love you.
All right. And then we're going to move over to Mika.
Hi, I'm Mika. I do things. I'm the co-creator of Roll D5, ROLED5. And you can catch me on there a ton. You can catch me on TalkingXP on Mondays, playing Citron and Ravenloft Misfits. Or you can catch me like once, twice a month as the general manager running Performance Review, a Triangle Agency AP. Otherwise, you can just catch me here, there, everywhere. Wanderer's Haven, Lost Caravan. I love playing games. Let's play games together sometime this year. Slay.
Well said.
All right. And with that slay, let's move on over to Nat.
Thank you. Yes, forever Nat, never Anne. That's who I am now. Guys, I love TTRPG horror experiences, and I have been a part of them in the past. Most notably, the Lost Mountain Saga, which is available in podcast form wherever podcasts are downloaded and listened to by your ear holes. And on top of that, if you are interested in playing the Lost Mountain Saga as a campaign, it has been released officially by Free League as its own campaign that you can play through, that our fabulous original DM Eleanor DiLorenzo worked really hard on, put together with them. And if you listen to season 2 of that same show, I also DM a game called I DM a couple session arc called The Blood Tide. So you can listen to that on its own or as a part of everything else. But I'm very proud of it, and I hope people will go listen to it. And let's see what else. That's basically who I am. You can find me as Hearthsinger or Hearthsinger Games on the internet. Thank you so much for having me. This has been truly wonderful, and I'm very sad that it's over because I loved it. Thank you.
I loved it too. Honestly, that's the
Can
best
we
compliment
take
I
a
could
moment
get.
to heap and Uno reverse some positivity towards Jonny for creating this psychological torture? That was so.
Oh God, no.
No, it was really.
Oh my God, I have never experienced something it is diabolical to send every one of your players a DM that says you are not a doppelganger.
I cannot take credit for that. That was 100% Boss Jelly Beans, and I was like, fuck yes, I'm doing it.
But if the Boss Jelly Queen had the idea, you executed it brilliantly.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'll take that. Okay, I'll take that. Okay. All right.
Oh my God.
Enough about me.
So good.
Let's move on to our final and incredible Emma.
Hello, everybody. Like Jonny just said, my name is Emma. I am the founder and creative director of the Tabletop Tail Spinners Network, a TTRPG podcast network that features marginalized creators, both in the GM's chair and around the table. We are mainly a podcast network, but we have just started streaming this week for our fundraiser streams. And thank you so much to everyone who donated tonight. I am absolutely blown away because at this moment we are 48% to our
Where were we before?
We were at, I believe, we were at around 14% at the start of this stream.
Wow.
Damn!
This has been
That's
insane,
amazing.
everyone. And
Yes!
huge thank you to everyone who donated tonight. All of your dollars are going towards our yearly production costs, covering things like music licensing, all the programs that we use to create the podcasts that you know and love. And eventually, once we hit those production costs, we would love to put that money towards paying the players, cast, and the crew that put together these amazing productions because they absolutely deserve it. So thank you again so much for giving us your time and giving us those funds so that we can continue to do the work that we do. If you haven't listened to any of our podcasts yet, we have 3 currently available. Our fan favorite is All Our Faults, a Monster Hearts 2 actual play podcast, which is incredibly GM'd by G Mistress Winter on most platforms. Winter is an incredible GM, and they have a fantastic cast there telling the story of Chester's Chasm. We also have 2 D&D 5e actual play podcasts, both of which I GM. One is a long-form D&D 5e podcast called Chronicles of Kriath, which is on a brief hiatus while we catch up on some editing, but there are 59 episodes for you to binge if you want a long-form campaign that's got some episodes there for you to get into. We also have an improvised one-shot podcast called Improv Madness, where both the one-shot and the characters are all made up on the spot. So that's super fun. You can go ahead and see the chaos of season 1 there, and we will be releasing season 2 here next month. So keep an eye out for that as well. And we have more coming up with the fantastic creators, some of which with the fantastic creators at this table, like as Aetherius mentioned, Saints Curiosities, which is an 80s inspired Candela Obscura long form podcast as well, which is going to be super exciting. We will have our first mini series of TTN Presents, which is going to be featuring more indie shows and indie systems, which we will be featuring the Relic system by Houndsong Games first, and Andie is a player in that. And Mika is actually our GM for TTN Presents Relic.
So fun.
Yes, I listened.
I wanted
to
to do that, but there was a schedule conflict and it broke my heart. I just want to say that.
I know. I'm sorry. You can't be in everything, though.
I'll find a way.
Listen.
But yes, and next month we also have another 5e podcast coming out called Magnificence, which I get to be a player in for once.
Nice.
Which is really exciting. So we have been releasing character monologues for that on our social media channels every Friday. So keep an eye out for the next one that comes out this coming Friday. But until then, thank you all again so much, and tune in tomorrow for Feng Shui 2E, which will be GM'd by Mike or Vengeance God on most social media platforms.
Cool. All right. Well, with that, great job, everybody. That was an incredible story that we told. Thank you guys all so much for being here. That was so much fun, just being able to see the chat and everybody's reactions, and then throwing these NPCs in there. It was incredible. So thank you all so much for such a great experience. That was awesome. Yeah, we're gonna have to get this team back together at some point.
I was gonna say, I feel like the story of this circle has not ended,
yet
and
done.
all the sarcophagi I feel like are good. That's good sequel bait right there.
The only thing, and the thing that I'm gonna end it on, is my social media post that nobody understood. Sarcophagusy. I posted that yesterday or 2 days ago, and everybody's like, what the fuck? I was like, tune in, it'll make sense. And it did. All right, y'all. Have a good night. See y'all later.
Say hi to
Good night,
Caroline in your
everyone.
dreams tonight. Goodbye.
Oh, God.